this world? Is the destiny of mankind controlled by some transcendental entity or law? Is it like the hand of God hovering above? At least it is true that man has no control, even over his own will.
Salutations and good evening, friends. Welcome to our review stream for Berserk Deluxe Volume number 7. How's everybody doing tonight?
Oh, just fine. Hungry, and I just got off another show with for Brian McCoppin's new book. But yeah, man, I'm doing just fine. How are you guys doing?
Is your mic low?
Is it? Hold on.
It sounds a little low.
A little low.
A little quiet, yeah.
Check my settings. Check my settings.
I'll check really quick.
I'll check here too. Let's see.
Oh, your mic volume is actually up.
Huh.
Hail,
Maybe
Bat
I'm just
Sauce in the chat.
Hey,
Weird. Maybe I'm
That's
just
Nails
tired. Is that better?
Stormcrow. Yeah, it sounds a little better.
Stormcrow. How's it going,
Meet
Storm?
Senior Stormcrow. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
I love Fuhrer Bradley narrating the opener. It's great, man. It's great.
To be fair, it's a really fitting voice for a story such as Berserk.
Yeah. The character is a really fitting character for a story like Berserk.
You know, they should always have Optimus Prime voice Skull Knight. I'm just saying. That's what they should have done.
My
You know,
name
that
is
would
Skull
fit
Knight.
really well.
Because that's what I've been doing this every time I read. It's Skull Knight. I'm like, it's
But then
Optimus Prime.
But then have him go like all ooh anytime he sees guts.
Guts! Oh my goodness!
Sugoi.
Stigoinamas.
Skinnamas!
Now let's just put that through like a skeletal Autobot filter and we've got Skull
So
Knight.
every time Skull Knight, this is how Christian is.
You get criticized either way. I tried both ways. You son of... Oh, I can't believe you clipped that too.
It's almost like it's Griffith in a nutshell or something.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
You know what? I mean, it could be worse. I could just love animals. Otter. Anyway.
Well, speaking of animals, Kahuna, do you like snakes?
That's a trick question.
That's a curious little snake. F sake, dude.
Well,
It's so much
basically
fun
for like
asking
the
you all
last,
that. I knew what was coming here.
Yeah. for like the
Interesting choice
last
of
since
words.
Deluxe Volume 6 ended, I've just been nonstop been like posting goats and fucking snake
Goats
memes.
licking and snakes.
Yeah.
Like,
You're like, boy. I mean, it's essentially what he does in the book.
So God
You're not
help us
wrong.
all. We all know what's coming here. Well, anyways, we'll go ahead and start our thoughts on Deluxe Volume 7 of Berserk. So before we get into any of the details, what did you guys think of the first volume so far? Volume 19, I believe.
Fuck Nina. Okay.
That's a good
Oh, look,
way
the
of summing
converted
it up.
Christian. He finally understands when we always say, fuck Nina.
Fuck Nina.
Nina is the worst, the absolute worst.
Like, seriously, like the actual worst. Like, you wouldn't believe it. Like, the worst.
It's like,
No, I
yeah,
loved
we-
it. I mean, it's opening up immediately following the shit from our last one with Casca being heralded as a fucking witch.
And
you know,
she's just fucking
and then,
potato.
Guts, trying to get over there in the rye, which he does at the end of the first chapter pretty quickly.
Yeah, it gets there pretty quickly, which actually surprised me whenever I was rereading this. I thought it was a few chapters more, but no, he gets right there right away.
He arrives.
Yeah,
like,
because
oh,
the first
wow.
chapter is called The Black Swordsman on Holy Ground. I don't know how more obvious that it can be that he's going to be in this chapter.
Well,
Pretty
I was,
fair.
it was to the point where I'm like, he might actually get there. Oh, never mind. Not in time. Okay, fine.
I mean, it's not like we're just sort of doing this abrupt cut from Farnese masturbating in the previous chapter to Guts actually stepping on holy ground and the actual, this
Step
actual
one.
tower of conviction.
Get
Dude,
off.
okay.
Step 2.
So I love at the beginning where Casca, the fucking heretics are just giving them a bunch of clothing and gold and shit.
And they're putting
Nina's
Casca
just
is
like,
just like like covered in everything.
yeah, cost just work. They got it wrapped all around her and shit. And then the Nina, or not Nina, but Luca, the fucking hot redhead chick, prostitute. She's basically like, oh fuck, this is like not really a good situation. Just keep handing it out to everyone around us, so they don't turn us in for shit.
Yeah,
You got the one fucking, you got the one whore in the background, like not caring.
And she knows it's
Speaking of
just a
whores.
ticking time bomb as well.
Also,
like
some of
And
those
then
prostitutes are
Nina basically-
questionably aged. Question.
Hail, Stormcrow.
Which
Hello,
one?
everybody.
hello, Storm.
What'd you say, Christian?
Oh, some of those prostitutes are of a questionable age.
Yeah, they're definitely
Christian.
on the
Yeah,
younger side.
Call it the
Christian,
premature side.
it's totally not sus whatsoever.
No, not
And we get
Christian,
the first,
you're a
we get
Game
the
of Thrones
first
reader.
fuck Nina in this book, in which she insinuates that they should just get rid of Casca.
Oh,
So
dude,
she's gonna
the
save themselves
longer
some
she's
comfort.
on screen, on page, whatever, the more I hate her. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and then fucking Luca's like, yeah, I'm not like giving
I'm
up
not
on
into that,
anybody.
man.
Fuck that shit. And then the one fucking prostitute gets caught by one of the guards and stuff. Who's taking her to get interrogated and shit. Lawfully.
Lawfully.
Clearly
It's
she
gonna be
committed a
fine.
crime.
It's fine.
Completely lawfully.
Nothing.
And this
nothing
dude's a
going on
fucking
here.
like asshole. This dude's a giant fucking asshole.
I like Guts' entrance in this first chapter. Like he literally, you see him step on the holy ground as the
Doesn't
knight
he
is
catch-
like worshiping the
catch a
ground.
slap? Isn't that what happens? He
Well,
catches the guy.
Yeah,
slapping.
because Luca tries intervening with that, and that fucking noble dude's like, or noble, he's part of the holy chain, sea knights, whatever the fuck, dudes. And then he goes back to hit him again, and then Guts just catches the fucking whip. Yeah, that's the beginning of the chapter.
Pretty much. So before we actually start going into spoilers here, I guess I'll start with Billy Bob and go down the list here. Would you guys recommend Deluxe Volume number 7 of Berserk? And go, because we're about to get right into spoilers.
Otter, you know my answer. Continue.
All right, on to Kahuna. What does Kahuna think after being a little fearful of what would happen in this next entry into Berserk?
I give it 11 snakes out of 10.
That's a fair enough score.
I give it 11 licking goat faces out of 10. Actually, that may be more accurate.
I
No,
mean,
the art. It feels like the art is even like every page is a masterpiece, pretty much at this point.
I think this is Mira at his best artistically with pages and layouts and the drawings. Even though
It
the
gets to a
later ones
certain
are
point.
extreme.
it gets to a certain point where each panel is like a work of art in its own right.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Right. Like you get some really good shit. I don't know.
And we've had some good build up into this particular book as well. A lot going on behind the scenes, and finally, like
You're also getting kind of where the series is going later. Like Guts is not fully alone for most of this book, working by himself.
The story seems more focused on the side characters. They seem to be the ones that kind of give this tome its kind of flavor. I found this one to be like tamer than the previous ones, which is is not saying much, to be honest, because they were outright insane, some of the previous tomes. But this one, it doesn't have as much of the horror. It doesn't have as much of the sex stuff.
It doesn't have as much as the horror. Dude, you literally have the fucking spirits. You have spirits taking over an entire camp, eating little children.
Yes,
Child's play compared to some of the past volumes, though.
it's
I mean, at least they died to a regular death, not like a demon wasp, poking them in the back until they're dead.
yes. Don't get me wrong. There's a
No
lot
adult play
of
in air
horror.
quotes.
There's a lot of horror in this one, but we've seen stuff that's more intense, I think, in the Eclipse, in previous ones.
Perhaps it's pretty intense.
I mean, it doesn't disappoint, but I don't think it's one of the most standout volumes in either of those categories. The art, I agree, is incredible. It's every single page. I don't think there's one page that lets you down. It's always.
I think when you get
Like,
more
even,
into the
even
series,
the comedically drawn portions are really, really funny. Like anytime they show like Potato Casca chewing on some random piece of garbage in the background is funny. Every time.
well,
like,
it also has the funny part in the background with Puck, where Puck shows
just
up,
nestling in
and
it.
then in the background of the panels while they're discussing, like Casca grabs him and is immediately
They're like,
yeah.
Even Puck's going, "Oh no, I'm being sucked in. Please get me out." And Casca's just like basically in the process of like eating them.
Oh, yeah.
Here's I'm going to say this, Frederick. When you get further into the series, you're going to realize the stuff that it sets up in this one is quite important for where Guts is going.
Also, Isidro, I thought I would become annoyed with this character, but he has just enough gumption, like he has enough attitude that in this situation with these evil, vile people, I'm like, go get him, Isidro. I'm happy you're here. I did not anticipate that.
This was the part of the story where I actually like started loving Isidro as a character.
Hold on, let's read this last comment by Maji.
All
This
right.
isn't really my thing, but I thought I'd come hot the like and say hi. English was hard today. It's okay, Maji. We love you too.
That's some rather dubious phrasing there.
Come hot. Wow, I'd like to come hot.
Well, a lot of the characters in this volume would seek that, as it turns out. But yeah.
Also, not to put a fine point on it, but rereading this manga and then me currently reading the current chapters that are coming out, I'm shocked that there are so many things in this volume that are still carrying over all the way to the recent chapters of Berserk right now.
Yes.
And I don't know if, well, of course I know Miura left the notes and everything, but I don't know how much of that he left behind that the current authors are carrying over or what they're adding. But Berserk is just one of those mangas where you can just understand that there's a perfect through line to the whole story, where the continuity is barely broken or how do you say it, like contradicted, so to say, and it's just beautiful to see. And as you guys said, the artwork, I mean, look at this page. Look at this page right here. This belongs in a horror museum, essentially, and this is the front page, essentially, and it's just gonna get worse and better at the same time as we keep reading the book.
Sorry, what the hell was that? That was loud.
Yeah, I didn't really hear anything. What are you hearing, Kahuna?
A really loud song came on all of a sudden, then it died off right away.
Might be on your end because we didn't hear a peep on this end.
I mean, it's possible, but I didn't touch anything, so that's really weird if that's true.
Well, that's really suspicious.
Kahuna, shut off your porn folder, please.
Oh, Billy, it's because he's switching his phone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What?
It's weird that you guys didn't hear it, but
Billy, shut off your porn folder.
The what?
Shut off your porn folder, man.
yeah, Billy, like seriously, it's really distracting.
You're playing some weird porn, Christian. Wow. Makes sense. We know what type you like.
Are you really surprised?
He likes the ones with cucumbers.
Oh, you get criticized either way. I tried both ways. You sack of shit. I can't believe that. That's gonna go viral someday, and it's gonna be like, "Is the Kahuna a homosexual?"
Oh, Lord.
We just need to make it into a GIF for the what do you call it?
Oh no,
chat.
we've already. Oh, that would be funny. Oh, what was it? No, I also noticed like a couple of callbacks in this area too, because it's obviously it's trying to evoke feelings from the eclipse. But even when Guts is fighting the holy demons, they stab him in his eye that already got stabbed out. I'm like, that seems cruel and unnecessary.
They
Just
stabbed
a
who in
little
the
bit.
eye?
Yeah, they
Guts.
put a claw into his eye, just like how he lost
Oh,
it in the first
okay, I
place.
know what you're talking about. I thought you were
Yeah.
saying the Father Mazda stuff where he stabs him in the eye.
No.
All right, and without further ado, for anybody in the chat still curious about this deluxe volume, I think we all pretty much agreed that you should go ahead and check it out. Because from here on out, we're diving into some pretty heavy spoilers. Starting off with chapter 144, I believe it is, which is the Black Swordsman on Holy Ground. As you can see here, it is a rather gruesome setting shot as we are starting to see Guts rolling into town, into the Tower of Conviction.
Yes. In which he's immediately grabs that fucking dude by the face and just asking him about the branded girl.
Also,
Pretty much.
if he didn't have to deal with these guys, it all would have been dealt with, entire book's gone basically. If he wasn't delayed here.
Well, if it wasn't for Nina, because he grabs that, and Luca immediately recognizes that Elaine, which is Potato Casca, has the brand, and she also sees the brand on Guts.
Yeah,
She's like,
yeah.
"Oh,
I've seen that before." He's like, "Where is she?" Goes all Batman on him.
Well, I love this part because it's calling back to the earlier part of Conviction when they first tried ganging up on him. And they're like, he's just immediately slaughtering people, no problem now. And they're like, what the fuck is going on?
He was also weak at the time, and they didn't
Yeah.
realize that. So now it's like, what chance do you have now? He had to remind them who he is and who they are.
Just cutting them in half.
Also,
It's like
I
four
also
cuts, four
love
people
this
and horses in
action
town.
sequence here. Like the cathartic swing. It's like every other panel is a slash where you barely see what's going on. Then you see the after effects of it.
It's like
Also-
anime. You can see it come across the screen in your mind.
Also, nice callback to chapter 1. If everyone remembers how that started out. Basically, torturing a dude for information, then a bunch of dudes step up, and Guts puts him into place like a Chad he is.
In the first chapter, he doesn't torture him, or he doesn't really torture. He just kills the other dudes, and the one dude's still alive. He just tells him to go. Tell him that the Black Swordsman is coming.
Putting a crossbow bolt in your nose and pulling it to asking a question that doesn't count as torture.
Also, I know it's jumping ahead, but Nina's torture scene. Wow.
When we get to there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's towards the end.
I can't stop thinking about it.
It's Nina, bro. Don't
Just
worry.
absolutely no strength of character whatsoever.
Well, even the torturer's like, wow, no one's ever just rolled over that fast. Have you ever seen that? No, I've never seen it.
Well, the torturer says that she discussed him because of how weak-willed, he didn't even pull off her fingernail.
No, she spilled her guts even before getting to the torture chamber. He says he's never seen someone spill it all before they get there.
But when we get there, we'll go more into it because it's a little bit worse.
What a
How she
rancid
acts.
bitch.
One quick thing I noticed also about this tome is there's a ton of side characters, as there always kind of is, but all the motivations are very clear. You really know where each one is going, what's driving them. I thought that was pretty well defined in this tome particularly.
And again,
Like
I think that's important because the side characters take such a front seat in
Yeah.
this particular volume.
So, Frederick and Christian, I'm going to go ahead and let y'all know this is what it's going to be like going forward with side characters like Isidro and Farnese and stuff, and Serpico and some others.
I
Yeah, a
think
lot
that's
of-
the right way to go because as much as I love Guts, I don't think he could carry an entire series forever. That's just, I don't
No,
think he's that
you
guy.
you need, especially with a character who's kind of like driven by a single ideal like Guts, which is pretty much like defiance in the face of impossible odds. It's like you kind of need other perspectives, or that overarching theme would get old very quickly.
I also
Yeah.
love that every one of the prostitutes who meet him just keep saying, "Who's the monkey?"
I know, like implying he's super ugly and like but he's actually a good kid despite his intention of wanting to get some at the end of all this.
How old is the Seeker again? In this moment?
Young.
I'm willing to bet he's probably around 10 or 11, maybe 12 years old.
I mean, it's
Okay.
Japan, so he could be anywhere between like 9 and 14.
Let me pull out later volume. I think it tells you how old he is.
Also,
I'm just asking, going by Game of Thrones logic here, he's legally an adult, so he can pay them. He doesn't have the money for it.
But he's a kid, and the story treats him like it.
Good.
even the prostitutes treat him like a child, which is appropriate.
Pretty much. But yeah, we're kind of following Guts as he's slowly going about camp, trying to look for Casca, and even then, there's a bit more of dubious goings on as we're following on into chapter 155, where it's slowly getting into more of an actual scuffle. He just by walking into this place, he immediately caught the guards' attention and bad intentions on top of that.
Well, because
Well,
for one,
look-
they've met him
look at
before. They
Yes.
met him before earlier in Conviction. They're like, "Oh, that's the Black Swordsman."
Also, it's like, oh, it's not a damaged, old, fragile, starving peasant, and he has a ton of weapons. Maybe this is a problem.
Maybe, just maybe. And
Also,
we
the poor
immediately
fucking
see how
horses,
Guts
again.
retaliates.
The poor
The
horses, get
horses
their
do
heads
not
cut
do
off.
well in Berserk, except for that one.
Are we gonna get a eventual?
Except for that
Hey,
one.
I don't
Oof.
know, even that one, he didn't
Yeah,
really have it
Actually,
well
wait,
for very long.
No, Skull Knight's horse. Skull Knight's horse has never been injured, as far as I've seen. So
Oh,
far.
Skull Knight's horse.
Because it's already dead.
I haven't seen it get injured.
Dude,
it's
it's
already dead.
Skull Knight's
It's
horse
already dead.
runs at like the speed of
Stop!
light.
He's already dead.
So for Skull Knight, beating a dead horse is a very different connotation. That's fucked up.
Oh my lord.
I also love how the fucking faggot right there, the mustache asshole.
A mustache does not make a man.
Mr.
A fag.
Mustachio
Every
dude.
fag should have
Yeah,
a
where he's
mustache.
like, there's no way we can capture him. It's impossible. And then he just starts noticing all the fucking pillage. The peasants just start looking at him. He's like, "Ah, shit.
He's
This
like,
isn't
oh,
good."
I'm gonna be.
It's
a
like,
bitch."
oh, this is uprising right now. I better get out of here.
Look, these peasants had enough of us. We're
Yeah,
assholes.
and it's only getting worse once you see this feels like a callback to me whenever it's like all of the eyes of the peasants are kind of like going straight towards him. It feels like a callback to the last couple of times where you're seeing it's like the peer pressure before, with like both the cult and then the peasants all stoning that one heretic on a hill. Only
It's
this
like
time they're redirected towards the actual knights.
There's
Also,
a
these
tiny
Like,
character.
these people are only like a half step away from madness and cult personality, like
Yes.
crowd behavior at any moment.
There's a small character that you'll see in a bit. You kind of saw him a little bit in the last volume. That shows how bad Father Mozgus is like turning people who would be religious into like heretics.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it's
no,
pretty grisly on top of that. Well, let's just say the methods are rather extreme.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
also
in the eyes.
those damn
Now,
eyes.
The
everywhere.
reason why I kept saying, y'all, what do these eyes remind you of? You'll find out later exactly what this is. What type of
I know exactly who this is. The best damn character of the volume.
Nah, I'm gonna disagree.
No. This is
Nah.
a character that breaks my heart every time I read about him.
No, I'm gonna give best character to Luca
Luca really
Okay,
pulls
fair
the
enough.
weight in this volume.
because she's
Also,
fucking great.
we talk about how Father Moschus, this evil guy who sees demons everywhere, when it actually confronted by demons, is like, "What the fuck? What are these?"
But
It don't make any
we cut to
sense.
fucking Nina, and of course Nina's scared little tiny fuck Nina. She's a bitch. It says, "Hey, let
I
me
bet she
take."
has a fucking Audi belly button too. Fucking gross
Yeah.
bitch.
Well, she immediately decides to escape with Casca while Luca's taking Guts to her.
Yeah, and this isn't
This
going to
entire
end
book
badly
would have been
whatsoever.
solved.
Okay. Okay, stop. You see this dude right here with the raven?
Mhm.
So in the last deluxe volume, if you remember, he was the one preaching and shit, and the one father was like, "Oh, he used to be like a great preacher and everything. He went to all the small folk, and then Father Mosgus and them captured him and tortured him for heresy and stuff." Meaning that literally they turned him into a fucking heretic because he's like one of the cult leaders.
Yeah,
And I
they
love how
turned-
it's something that's never explicitly told. It's just shown to you, and you can easily miss it if you're not paying attention. Because
Yeah.
you get the feeling that's what's happening with a lot of them. A lot of them are innocent people, but because of Father Moschus, they are being turned into heretics.
Also, this dirty bitch spits blood on her hand and immediately grabs Casca by the hand.
I know this fucking whore.
Well, does that mean this is the thing that would confuse me?
Wait,
In
guys,
the
can we just
story.
reiterate for a second?
Fuck Nina.
Well, okay, is she like dying finally? Does she die at the end? Well, no spoilers, but
No spoilers, but does she die at the
No
end?
spoilers.
Bro, have
We're
you
already
ended-
diving into
No.
spoilers here.
fair
No,
enough.
she doesn't die at the end. Matter of fact, she actually lives.
I know that.
Somehow.
With the spitting blood, it always confusing. Like, okay, does she have like tuberculosis, AIDS? What's happening here?
She has fucking syphilis.
Okay? So she's going to die. That's good.
Not before she gives it to like 900 other people, apparently.
What are you talking about? She has Joachim that.
Come on, Joachim.
Not
I'm gonna be
Joachim,
your I'm gonna be
Joachim.
your best girl. I'll be
Give me a
faithful
kiss.
until the end.
Ignore
Honest.
the blood. Ignore the.
Yeah, but we
gaping
see a
sores.
Cedro. Yeah, Cedro notices him and like, all right, I'm gonna follow them, so I can get a reward, from Guts and being like, all that shit.
Yep, and all the while, seeing Nina and Casca being dragged away by these cultists, presumably back to where they've been residing this entire time, back in kind of like the caves underneath.
Also, the one part before this where Luca is asking Guts like, "What is she to you?" And then she's just like noticing Guts being like really intense. She's like, "Oh, I know." That's his lover.
Also, I know I brought it up already, but Casca has two emotions in this book: confusedly distressed, and derpy. I'm gonna eat a random nom on a random object. Those are her two emotions.
Well, also PTSD.
Oh, that too. No, she actually proves more useful in a bad situation than Nina does.
Yes.
Like, what the hell? Dude, I hate Nina.
Oh,
It tells you
boy.
just how useless Nina is as a character. She's just there to fuck everybody
Potato
else
Casca
over.
is more useful than you, Nina. How do you feel?
Well, let me ask you something though. Nina is a horrible character by design, right? But I'm always been confused by Nina because what purpose did she ever serve in the story necessarily? Like we all hate her, but what was the point of this character and at the grand scheme of things essentially is what I mean to say.
Being innocent, being useless, and like not aggressive is not. I don't know, man.
Well, she really makes the hero stand out because she reacts kind of like most people would probably react in a horrible situation like that. In the sense that, so I'm thinking specifically when they get to the dungeon, shooting ahead a little bit, but just to talk about her character in the sense that she's willing to sacrifice her friend or even someone who helped her out just so she doesn't get her little nail, ripped out, which we'd all, no one wants to be tortured, but it's kind of revealing. But I think that she contrasts and makes the heroes really seem heroic and gives you a sense of what most people would do.
For me, it's like Nina is kind of like the embodiment of selfishness and human indulgence. Like basically wanting to run away from your problems and just like indulge in something else that is likely very bad for you. That's what Nina is.
But she's kind of running away from her fears and shit. That's the whole point. That's even what
yes.
later on.
That still makes you a weak person.
Yeah, she's a weak person, but I'm just saying.
Well,
like her whole thing is that she's scared of everything.
There's also kind of a way how she's introduced, where at first you believe she's just timid, and usually in storytelling, the timid character usually has some sort of like good values to them, some form of altruism, or it might have a heart of gold. Not Nina. You think that's going to happen with Nina, then you realize no, she is probably one of the worst out of all of them.
Well, it's like it's not usually so much what she does, it's what she doesn't do. It's
Hail Wrangler.
Because she has so many moments where opportunities to do the right thing, and she almost always doesn't, either through action or inaction.
So we open this up with Farnese still looking at the burnt corpse.
I like to call that the post-nut clarity for Farnese here.
At least she's not blushing anymore.
No, she's finished.
She's satisfied.
Listen, she's one of my favorite characters in the entire series.
Man, mine too, man.
You are sick fuck, both of you.
Yeah, you won't know until like the next.
She develops a lot later on. Like it's actually pretty close.
The groundwork has been laid. She has a lot of development to have. If she's
she wants someone to lay pipe with her.
That's what I was going to say. The groundwork has been laid, but she hasn't.
Yes. I don't know. I think freaking Dragon Slayer took her virginity there for a minute.
She was the man meat, Christian. You know how it is.
Not taking it more. She was just edging, like right on the edge.
No.
Why
is it true?
She's also she's also aware of how like this is not looking good. Up the ladder, up the hierarchy. And she also learns further, a little down the volume, but she learns that someone could potentially be betraying her and following her and telling the higher ups what she's doing.
Oh, well, that was Serpico telling she was upset because Serpico was wanting to get her out of here.
I was gonna just
telling her father to get her to get removed from it, but.
And she's just like,
we have the heretic cave, and then Joe Chim is alive, which we saw the apostle, the one, the eye apostle, pulling him out and saving him when he fucking tripped and fell to the river below.
And as much as we all hate Nina, Joe Chim isn't much better at all.
I know.
That's why I call him Rochim.
They're both scummy people that absolutely deserve each other.
Can we just pop in there and just look at the top panel right there? When they mentioned the Black Swordsman is back, it's a mixture of fear, but come on, let's all be straight right now. She's like, I might have a chance to get the Dragon Slayer again.
Once you go Black Swordsman, you never go. Anyway.
Black Swordsman.
Oh,
clipped.
Christ.
But I love how she's just basically like, all right, we're not going after. That's not our priority more with the Black Swordsman. We're gonna go after this heretic cave.
She's like, I want him all for myself.
And then she's like, the next page I think is literally her going, oh shit, he's here. Oh god.
She's shivering. Look how.
And we were talking about Rochim.
Looks. Look how they make. Like, Mira's gotten better at making every character look an even more exaggerated version of what they're supposed to be.
Yes.
We-
Well, they're going to the heretic cave because they found it now. Gonna
Look at
purge us
that
from heretic.
down there. Christian, tell me that it's not the most accurate depiction of a lady boner you've ever seen in your life.
Of
Joe
what?
Jim?
What?
Arousal, look at that. She's dreaming of Black Swordsman dick right there.
I think it looks like she wants to be.
That's a
punished.
scared face. I don't know what you're
That's
talking
a
about.
really scared face. Like that, there's no desire there. Like this face up here, you could
the
argue
line in
there's
your brain
like a
between
hint of
fear
fascination
and
there.
Fear and
Not here.
arousal is not that different.
And we're back.
And we're back, where
Much more potato
Casca is
Kafka.
being lugged around by a bunch of naked cultists that I've very carefully censored for this stream, as much as I can, anyway.
Yeah, and then Isidro's for the first time seeing Casca. I'm like, oh, she's not ugly. What the fuck?
Nope, Casca is just as beautiful as before, just a lot more potato. A lot more potato. I love potato.
Yeah, and then we get the.
We shall call
we get
you
our
Potato
entire-
Girl.
So the cultists, they're upset because Nina tried to steal away Casca, so they're gonna sacrifice her, and cut out her heart to give to Casca.
Her hot?
Her heart. Oh no! What happened? Fuck you are.
Billy Bob
Oh,
has too
you
much
cut the
power.
Nina bitch, you bitch.
I regret
You
nothing.
all want her to get stabbed in the heart, okay?
Go back. I want to see Nina get hurt.
We can't. She's naked.
Fucking put your face into her tits and get on with it, man.
Yeah, I was being pretty careful with some of these panels. They get
Some of these panels are a little tough, or as
Little
in
tough.
possible.
I had to be very selective what we were actually showing.
Listen, I already proved that you can get away with a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The other volumes were even worse with all that stuff.
I think.
Yes.
Was Deluxe Volume 6 or 5 worse? Which was the worst?
5.
Also, Wrangler, you're
Fi-
correct.
five, I
This
have
is a
every
very
single
accurate
chapter with
representation
Rosine.
of athletic tits.
Christian, keep in mind, 5, I have every chapter of Rosine.
That's true. That's true. But you have
And
the
the
really
Eclipse.
detailed cult love scenes in the Deluxe Volume 6.
Yeah, you
Like,
get to see.
no. I had the Casca scene in the Eclipse in Deluxe Volume 5.
This is true. This is true.
Yeah, now with Deluxe Volume 7, it's just early on chapters full of dicks. There you go. So it's like,
Entire
you got to be a
pages
little
worth.
selective.
Entire pages worth. They're not always detailed, but they're always there.
They're always there in some way, shape, or form. I'm like, we'll see what we can include.
It's
So
like the Force
basically,
of Star Wars.
Farnese is
It's all
just-
around us.
She's,
You feel it.
yeah, she's splitting up most of her forces to go in and then leaving some outside. And
yeah, she's not a confident leader at all.
yeah, before the Nina gets killed, the fucking smoke turns into spirits and starts possessing everyone.
And as you can
Why
see
does
in
she
this
get a
panel
Deus
here,
Ex
they are
Machina?
being
She doesn't
oh so
deserve it.
friendly.
Oh, did you cut? You didn't have the page where the fucking one rips off the dude's face at the beginning,
That's pretty
I don't
brutal.
think I included that one.
but Azan saves her.
There's a story
Bashes
from the
the
Civil
dude's head in.
War of someone actually doing that. Like he was locked in. They were fighting up close, and he's like reach over and bit this guy's nose off.
Well, no, he bit the whole face off, the front face, ripped it off.
Yeah,
Pretty nice.
yeah, and also our little snake-eyed friend is always lurking, always, even more so in this
Oh.
book than in before.
Yeah, so the priest, the dude with the fucking goat mask and everything, the painted.
Gets turned into
Snake.
an actual effing goat.
Well, no, he hasn't yet. But
Not
before,
Not
the
yet.
priest was saying that they were gonna mingle with Casca and then become family.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind before we go forward.
Yeah,
You
before
see
he
here,
turns into a
Billy
demon
Bob,
just becomes a
Christian
dumber version
fundamentally
of that.
disagrees with what Isidro is saying here.
Yeah,
Fundamentally
Christian
disagrees.
usually says something like this when he was reading that chapter.
You
He's
son
like,
of a
"No,
bitch."
Isidro, it's
You
like
get
this."
criticized either way. I tried both ways.
Look, he's swinging it at him.
Isidro's like,
What was
"Get away
the
from
other
me."
one? The other page was funnier when he first started throwing rocks before this at the other
Oh, he's a
cultists
cocky
before they got
little shit,
possessed.
yeah.
And he's in his daydream about, oh, Guts is gonna be like he's gonna have so much favors to ask from Guts and everything, and then the woke cultist just fucking pops out of nowhere,
Now,
gets a rock at him.
Frickin'
does he?
hanging
Does
schlong.
he?
Yeah.
I'm curious. Does Isidro have a specific favor to ask him, or is he just want to accumulate favors so that he can use Guts?
He wants to learn under Guts, but he doesn't want Guts to be his master. So he thinks if I do something good for him, he'll owe me.
Honestly,
me.
he's kind of like an alternate look at what Guts could have been like as a younger man.
I always called Isidro, he's basically the shonen protagonist of Berserk's world.
Oh, Otter, you should have shown the page where we actually get introduced to this. So when the Isidro jumps down there, saves Nina and Potato Casca and starts getting them away, they notice that the goat dude and the fucking priest are all running up to a secret back entrance. And the goat dude won't take off his helmet when he's trying to get through there. And
Why does he never
something
take off his helmet?
yeah, that apostle with the eyes is in there. You can't really see him, but he pokes him.
With his little
And then-
stinger. Yeah.
Yeah, then all you see is the other ones running away asking for help, and you just see a shadow of something on the wall before it cuts to the introduction of it.
You see
Which
a
he
little
immediately-
stinger kind of pop out and just stab and take away the goat dude.
Yes. And then, well, go ahead, Otter.
Well, it escalates quickly.
Yeah, he turns into the apostle turns him into a pseudo apostle.
He turns into that character from Family Guy. I'm a breeding bull.
And he has something else later on.
Yeah, just
Yes,
a
he
But I
does.
little
love the
something.
drawing of this, by the way.
It's a very good
ridiculous.
drawing. Really unsettling, but a
It
very
reminds
good
me
drawing.
a little bit of Animated Moon's The Blind King. A little bit. I'd have to explain
what?
that, but Animated Moon, his comic The Blind King. Like when some characters look different in certain panels and their like their limbs and fingers get exaggerated, and it kind of reminds me of that in this panel.
Seems that he has a lot of shoulder hair too.
He's German.
Uh-oh. You're saying this is Eric July?
Listen,
What?
don't put words in my mouth. I just noticed.
Oh.
Shoulder.
Damn, I almost NDA'd myself.
Why?
Because he NDA'd himself.
Why would you do that though? Why does it
Anyways,
exist, Billy?
Oh,
Oh.
and before this, they're all thinking that the cultists, because the cultists were running towards them asking for help. And they're like, all right. And then they see the other ones. They're like, well, it's clearly drugs. Drugs can turn these men into like crazy things. Then when they see this, they're like, no, it's a real fucking monster.
I like how
It's not just
turn
drugs.
At first, they were trying to rationalize, like, "Oh, yeah, all these guys are just a bunch of druggies living in a cave." They see this, like, "Oh, fuck, a monster, like a real one."
Yeah, they're like that, and they're like, well, if this is a monster, then maybe the other ones were monsters as well. Like, yes.
Still a better response than Father Moscos when he finally sees something not right.
Oh yeah.
Also,
The fucking-
Farnese is such an incompetent fucking leader too.
Yes.
Dude, she is literally a fucking diversity hire. The Holy See,
That is the actual truth.
Yes, literally.
She's the diversity hire making diversity hire decisions.
Yeah, the Holy See has the Holy Iron Chain Knights, which are literally just the sons and daughters of these kingdoms that pay the church a lot of money so they don't have to be in war. Her family is just the richest, and also the leader of them is usually a woman as just a figurehead. It's all Farnese. She has no experience. The only one that does, Serpico knows how to fight, and you'll find out a little bit on his backstory.
Yeah,
and
he's
Azan.
a tough bastard.
Zahn is the only one who legitimately has experience fighting and is competent.
Why didn't we use this picture of a goat for memes involving Royce? So many missed opportunities.
I don't think many people do it, to be honest with you.
That's true. That's true.
It's only a certain amount of us who are really aware of the Berserk memes, so
Also,
Some of
it
us
makes
are
sense.
real gentlemen.
Also, I love that Farnice is going like, before this, when she was seeing the spirits and stuff, and she's like, they're saying the drugs and stuff, and she's like, yeah, but
This
it's
is like
feeling like
before.
the same as that night with the rape horse and the dogs.
The dogs.
It's like, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. There might be a correlation there.
Oh, also, Guts sneaking past these people is a little confusing. It's
Hold
a
up,
little
he didn't
funny and a
sneak
little-
past them. He fucking supersonic speed ran past him, jumped past him. There's no sneaking. They noticed something.
See, like it was a little unclear. I don't know. Maybe it could have been done.
So
differently,
you see
but-
that little tiny fairy thing slash at the first panel? That's supposed to be Puck going, because specifically Puck's noticing that everyone can see him, and usually big crowds can't see him, especially holy people. Usually,
Yeah, and even the whores start to see him in this episode, or this volume.
yeah, they saw him with Nina and stuff. They're like, yeah, what's that on his
Also,
head?
we need to hurry up so we can get the Skull Knight and Zod and all the goodness, and I don't know. The imagery gets really good later on.
It gets
this volume,
super good. And
Like,
go
finally
back.
something new.
Go
Yeah.
back. You missed a page, Otter. Oh no, never mind. Go forward.
Fuck
You heavily
off, Bill.
censored this fucking panel, you piece of,
Of
shit.
course he
yeah,
did.
it's almost like me
Dude, there's no
prepping for-
nudity in it.
Yeah,
None.
it's almost like me prepping for these streams ahead of time as a doomed prospect
Oh my
because the
God,
panels
Otter,
we
there
all
was
talk
no
about are not
nudity.
the ones I save.
No, there's no nudity in this one.
Oh yeah, just a snake.
Yeah, it's
Just a
just a snake.
snake.
Matter of
That's all
fact,
it is. YouTube. It's fine. It's artistic.
it's just a snake. It's nothing
Artistic
else.
nudity.
It's artistic nudity with autistic Costco.
Otter,
Yeah.
that's just messed up. Hold up. We're gonna rectify this. Matter of fact, we're gonna show Christians when he finally read it.
Oh boy.
Hold up. Here you go. Yeah, it's just a snake. Nothing
Just
else.
a snake, guys. It's a very veiny snake.
Yeah, there's nothing
Yeah, just
sus
that.
about that
Oh yeah, when I
whatsoever.
sent you guys that was the exact moment that I saw it too. Like
Christian.
you sons of bitches.
Christian, you know for a fact that thing speaks parcel tongue, man.
Oh yeah, and then the goat licking out. Yeah, you sack of shit.
So Costco's getting a little bit of PTSD when it starts doing it, but luckily Guts immediately fucking cuts it off.
Which is appropriate.
He cuts the snake off and the fucking goat's hand as well.
It's a pretty
One is-
appropriate response when you see something like this going on.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty scummy, dude. And then Guts just
Oh,
being,
and
Guts.
Do you got the double page spread?
You want to spread it? Spread it
Guts
wide.
turns into what is the fucking character?
A Beyblade, Sonic.
No. The specific character from Warner Brothers. Tornado.
Red Tornado?
No. He's the brown Looney Tunes character.
Tasmanian Devil.
Tasmanian Devil. That's
Yeah,
the
Tasmanian
reference?
Devil. Yeah, that's what
I
Guts
mean,
is doing right
fucking
now.
Sure, it's a Japanese. Could have just said a Beyblade, but whatever.
No, Tasmanian Devil. That's exactly where it's coming
No, I
from.
know. Bailey.
He's going so fast with the sword, slapping the demons.
And
Yeah,
Potato
it's-
Costco's like, oh, that's different.
The outlines are not even drawn anymore. It's just speed. Everything is made up of speed lines and berserk action scenes.
But I don't mind it.
Well, you
somehow.
still have
No,
the
that's a
sword.
great
Minded
thing.
at all.
That's not a
Yeah,
complaint.
but you can still see his head. You can still see him grabbing
Yes.
the sword. You can still see the sword, by the way.
Everything's
And it-
super readable, well defined by the blacks. That
What
came
about
out wrong.
blacks?
Listen, the values and the
Don't
whites.
you mean
and the
Black
blacks.
Swordsman?
Are you saying blacks aren't valued?
What's wrong with the blacks here?
Eject. No, I'm just saying, like,
Abort,
it's easy
abort,
to
abort.
read the action, and at the same time, none of his sword never has an outline. It's always just speed lines because it's always moving. It's never like one fixed.
Well, he's at
shape.
100%. He's at 100% right now, and he's like peak guts right now.
It's
also,
Berserk mode,
I also like seeing blacks in action.
Yeah, he likes black cucumbers.
Well, oh, shush. Okay.
Yeah, nothing
He said
sus
the
about
blacker
that
the
at
better,
all.
huh?
I am not gay. I have relationships with women, sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
All right, get to the double page spread, which is one of my favorite in this one.
Oh boy.
What is that clip even from? I know it's from a show, but what? It's so dumb.
Law and Order.
Yeah.
Also, what a beautiful little spread right there, too.
Let's talk about this moment for a second here.
It's just surreal, and I absolutely love it.
Hey, man, this is.
Does she recognize him at all? Is there anything like of that part of her still in her to recognize him?
Well, I think that's one of the questions that comes up implicitly from a panel like this. I mean, none of it's explicitly told, but you like to think there is.
It's also
she's starting to see him. She's no longer afraid of him like he was fearing. In the first chapter or the second chapter, she was literally like, you know, you were scared of me before, but I think you'd be more scared of me now after 2 years and all the shit.
Well, it's also
And
so
she's
sad
kind of
'cause,
not
like,
really.
yeah. She's also like
She kind of
used
does
to be
see him
such
as
a,
a.
she used to be such a capable character, and now she's been reduced to a victim essentially.
Yeah, she's literally reduced to
Child
a retard.
stage, yeah.
Like she has barely any mental capacity.
She tries
you know?
to eat Puck at least once or twice in this volume. So yeah.
I want to think the tally is twice. I think it happens
might
more
have
than
been
once.
more than once, yeah. Oh, bro.
Yeah, poor Puck.
Also, it happens to like she just puts things in her mouth, and that sounds wrong, but she just puts things in her mouth this volume. You notice that? Like just like, oh, shirt, ooh, a pearl necklace. Oh, what's that? There we go.
And then we're cutting back straight to the fight between Guts and Goat Demon. And things get off to a bit of a hectic start, to say the least.
Now you're gonna say, why?
Just a little bit.
He was in the fire, and we could still see his dick. Thank you, Mira.
Thank you, Mira.
For fuck's sake, dude.
So, I just love that the goat was just really pissed because Cedro was going away and told him to take Casca, and that really pissed him off. So now he's fucking Mario jumping over everything. He's ping-balling off the fucking wall to try to hit him.
He's like that character. He's like someone playing Kingdom Hearts coming to a fight. It's like, I don't need to do this right now. Anyway.
Yes.
More or less.
Oh, Casca.
And off to the next chapter of Conviction. I believe this is 147, 148, somewhere around there. We're getting some of this incredible artwork as the fight is pretty well continuing. I love these action lines right here. Just seeing the actual goat demon bouncing off the walls. The actual after images, it's a really good effect here. I think he really pulls that off.
You can tell he does his research. Like his animals are perfect. Like usually that's the hardest thing to draw as an animal, especially if you don't do your reference.
Looks exactly like every goat I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
What goats have you been looking at, Jesus?
Yeah, what kinds of goats are these?
Yeah, what kind of raping goats?
Hawaiian goats.
With snake penises.
You wouldn't believe it.
But I love how he takes them out. He's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna finally use those little tiny bombs that Rickard made for me.
I know he finally gets to use those. It's pretty cool.
Dude, that first panel, he almost looks like, I don't know if you guys know John Romita Jr., his style, but just that one panel that kind of looks like the Punisher, the way he used to draw it.
I thought that same thing. I'll be honest. I was looking, I'm like, this is like an old school Marvel kind of pose here.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, it's because he's mostly silhouetted, but like there's a couple of details picked out too. Oh, dude, it's so good.
To show the bomb going off on the fucking.
Yep.
Look at that, dude.
It
That
looks
is
so incredible.
That is so much depth and detail in this page, man.
Also, did he throw it? Did he stick it? What did he do?
He threw it and he used his sword to block the explosion right in front of him.
I mean, that's his sword is really good for that, actually. It basically covers most of his body.
Yes. And he immediately fucking cuts the head off of this thing. The next page follows it up.
And it's one of the panels I forgot to add.
Oh, you forgot to add him cutting the head off. Come on, come on. Anyways, Isidro is... You have Isidro get a boner because he sees Nina naked and he gives her his coat. And then he
did give her the coat, so...
Yeah.
You know.
While sitting there
He's a
trying to
younger
cover
kid.
him.
I give him a pass.
And then he's using a rope to lower them down off of the cliff.
He
Does
really
Nina
is-
first, and then
He really is the shonen protagonist, dude. Like he's going
Yes.
above and beyond this whole scene. He goes above and beyond anything I would have expected out of him.
and then Serpico is missing because Azan tells Farnese to like go. You know, she needs to like stop. She's incompetent. She needs to go.
We can't risk our leader, and you're fucking
Yeah.
up. Get out of here.
And she's looking for Serpico, and we find out Serpico is waiting for him, waiting for Guts to fight.
I did not expect this particular turn in the story. I did not expect Guts to find someone.
Yeah.
It's like an Elden Ring player finding someone who has a build specifically to fight you.
Yeah. This is my favorite scene, I think, in the whole book.
Oh.
Just because you don't expect it, it's out of nowhere, but the character really planned it out.
Like he was really he thought of everything, and he did pretty well too.
Yeah, he did. I mean, even in the end, whenever you're kind of realizing that Serpico knows that he's outmatched, he's still giving it everything he's got. He's still playing very tactfully.
And he basically just plays a really good game of tag to get away at the end too.
Yes. I also love a lot of the smaller character moments during this fight. It's just as much of a conversation as it is a fight going on. So it just makes it feel... It doesn't feel like your regular shonen type battle or anything like that. There's a lot more humanity going on there.
I like the start of this thing where Serpico's like doing his speech and then Guts just immediately pulls out his crossbow and try to shoot him. He's like, yeah, I ain't got time for this.
Cut the
Pretty
short.
much.
He's
And they're
actually
always trying
smart.
to one up each other. They're both trying to find like really dirty tactics to try and get the upper hand.
Well, Guts just straight up grabs his sword in later chapter.
Yes.
Yeah, I do love. It's like the one thing. It's like, you know, I could just pull this back. He's like, not really. Correct.
Yeah, so what's happening is Serpico is like, you get an idea of how much he's planned out this fight beforehand, because he's like, oh, I've got it on this ledge to where I'm scoring off against Guts. His right hand is his dominant hand, so he can't easily swing his sword or anything. So I'm clearly at an advantage. And after a bit more of sparring, we get... Well, I thought it was during this chapter. We're actually seeing Guts like grabbing the sword with his left hand.
Well, Guts is realizing that this dude isn't like some random fuck. You know, he's actually knows how to fight, knows how to intelligent. He actually knows what the fuck he's doing.
Well, the scene also makes me respect Guts even more as well, because he's still Guts. He still pulls through this really tricky situation he's found himself in, despite everything.
And it
Yeah,
gives
we have,
Serpico a little bit of character development for Serpico as, I don't know, maybe foreshadowing as a war leader or something. He seems to be better than all the other rich kids in the
Like
island.
he seems, well, it's implied like later, spoilers, that Isn't he like basically like a hireling almost, like sent by?
Yes,
Furnace's
I'm not going to
father.
say anything because you do
Kind
get his
of.
backstory pretty early next in the Millennium Falcon.
Well, they all but say it in this volume as well.
Yeah, but there's a little bit more to him.
Well, I figured that. But
I'm gonna put it
an
like
aspect
this:
about him.
he's not really born of nobility.
Oh, so he's like Griffith.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Well, he
And
also fights with a skinny sword, and he's one of the only people who can actually challenge Guts, at least physically, in some fashion.
I hope he doesn't
He can
want
only
guts.
challenge Guts when he actually plans for it. The thing is,
the challenge Guts in most environments is sewer slide.
Sewer slide?
Yeah, sewer slide. Right,
so
sliding
you
down the
see
sewer.
the Apostle watching Cedro launch Casca down, and then you see the Apostle throw a fucking rock at Joachim to get him noticed that Nina and them are over there.
I know, this little fucker is just fucking around the entire volume, dude. I can't stand it.
And I
Well,
like
he's
how he's built up too. You're just seeing like his eyes in certain panels, and then you're just getting like a little kind of like, I don't know what else to call it. It's like an arachnoid limb every here and there, just to give you a hint of what this guy looks like.
Also,
Yes.
it's not like he's some mastermind. It's like he's like a gremlin, just fucking things up a little bit as the story goes on.
But no. He is a mastermind because he is actually causing all this to happen. He is
I know, but he's behaving like a gremlin.
right. Well, anyways, Joe Tim obviously freaks out when he sees Nina and says heretics. And also, did you cut the page where Casca actually gets out of the thing and just hops down off the fucking rocks to the bottom?
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah, I've got it here. Yeah, and
Yeah,
this is where we're actually seeing Joachim kind of being led on by the Apostle back to where Nina is, and he reacts pretty sensibly after what happened a few chapters
Hey,
ago.
Joachim, remember when you said you wanted to be with her forever? Yeah, here she is.
Yeah, that things change, you know, perfectly
Forever
natural.
Turns out to not even be an entire night, as it turns out.
Also, I love this page right here where they're trying to scale down this cliffside. And then Casca pretty much just slips outside of where she's being hoisted down, just deftly jumping from one ledge to another. And then right after that, it's back to Potato Casca.
She still has her instincts.
Yeah, she knows.
That she does.
I love that it displays that it's still there. Also, I love how close he was drawing this every panel of her here. It's like, don't show the goods. Don't show the goods. Don't show the goods. Barely
Show a
bend it.
little bit of ass, but don't show the tits.
Oh,
and also, Cedro tries bungee jumping off of there.
what a freaking goober, dude. He is a shonen protagonist.
I love Isidro in this story. It's like, if he was in any other series, he would be likable, but I'd be like, whatever. But in Berserk, I don't know. He just stands out from everybody else.
Well, he acts like he doesn't act like the protagonist of a shonen. He acts like the bully rival character. But in this, he's not insufferable because the world of Berserk, these people deserve a little bullying.
Yeah,
He kind of fills in the role that Puck used to do with a little bit of humor. You know, he's got a lot of drive. He's not that powerful, but he thinks he is, or he wants to become. And he just, he drives the story a little bit, but it's mostly humor.
Also, I know that he's capable and that he has it all planned out, but you see the guy with this face grab your sword, and you're just like, idiot.
That's gonna be clipped.
Wait. Oh, why? Why?
Phrasing's an important thing.
I'm starting to think that these Berserk streams are just a bait to get clips of Kahuna.
For my clips. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying, Kahuna. It's like, this was all just a big bait to get you here and get you clipped.
Bait for the beta.
Well, let me tell you something. I got clipped by a doctor when I was very young. It doesn't need to happen again.
Jesus.
That's another clip.
Just shatter Serpico's sword. Serpico, at least he wasn't stupid enough to stand around. He immediately.
Also, that face, that's the exact reaction anyone should have. Like the, oh.
It's the,
fuck.
oh fuck, I'm very likely dead here.
I miscalculated with the most dangerous man on the planet.
He does improvise well, though.
I know, he basically plays the best game of tag in his life.
He is a gambler, man. He just took one big fucking risk by doing this setup with the guts.
Yep.
And it didn't work out, but at least he didn't lose his life. He lives to fight another day.
Well, I love how Guts is like, oh man, he's really crafty and stuff, and then it just cuts to Serpico hiding behind the rock and being like, yeah, I shouldn't have. That was kind of a mistake.
That was a mistake. I can't believe I made it.
Yeah, I should refrain from getting in over my head with this thing.
Also, why
I
does
like
the
that.
I know it's Berserk, but why does the shadow on the wall behind him also look like a dick? Was he just drawing too many penises?
Are you
at this point in the
just
story?
seeing dicks everywhere?
No,
'cause you
look
go
at
both
his face
ways?
on the bottom. Look at him looking left. That's a dick.
Christian, whenever you look off into the darkness at night, do
I
you
know
see
what he's
dicks?
saying, by the
Is-
way. It does look like a dick.
I think Mira
you
was
look-
just drawing too many dicks at this point.
Look at Serpico's nose, the shadow rock of him in front of him.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it does look like a dick.
I wasn't
He's
joking.
Aaron's got the mushroom and everything on the top.
Listen, Mira started this series out with having mannequin dudes, no
Like,
dick, and
fucking
then
Ken dolls the whole time, and then like if
except
somebody's like,
Griffith.
I
Griffith
could
still
just
has
leave
no
it
dick.
out. I could give an outline, and then eventually he's like, and they're everywhere.
Except
Gets
Griffith.
to the Nina
Griffith
bit.
has-
He's like, all right, we're just drawing cocks everywhere.
Later, he's like, what if there were things made? I just had an idea.
Dude, when he draws like flashback scenes to the eclipse throughout the later chapters, yeah, I think he had one of them's in here. I know one of them was the last one, but it gets more and more fucking cock related, like the apostles.
They're all penises, every single one of them.
Also, you're seeing some character development from Guts. He's actually restraining,
Yeah, he wanted to beat a child, and he just decided not to at this moment.
Hey, he's like, this
after
isn't
what he went
Lost
through
Children.
in Lost Children, this is actual restraint from Guts.
Yeah.
Doesn't look easy.
He should have dropped a one line. He's like, you should have seen the last kid who talked smack to me.
I cut her fucking arm off, bitch.
And then I killed all of the children.
Anyways,
Yeah, then I burned all the children to the ground, and then they came back as spirits, and I fucking murdered them
And
as
then I
well.
killed them a second
Okay,
time.
that escalated quickly.
just a little quickly.
And then, Isidro, I met you.
And we're best friends, trust me.
Stay in
Oh.
line.
By the way,
I guess-
this is why Luca, the fucking hot redhead, and she is redhead, by the way. It's her actual color.
Oh, barely redhead.
She's
Nah, she's
canonically
redhead.
redhead.
She's
She has
canonically, she's
auburn-
redhead, brother.
Canonically
I've
ginger.
Seen the from the movies or whatever. It's like it's a reddish. It's like an auburn color.
No. From the actual canon, she's redhead, not the fucking shitty 2016. The 2016 and 2016 Berserk anime shit had
It's
Casca
garbage.
white with red hair for some reason.
What?
Ew.
Really?
Yeah,
Ew.
What?
That's fucking disgusting.
Why
I
would they-
forgot about that, Billy.
Why would they do that?
I don't know, but it did happen. I saw it with the fucking goat
Oh.
scene, and that like Casca's not even brown; she's white.
Wrangler, that comment is dangerous and very, very funny. The artist can make.
So,
boxes
like I
for
said,
days.
This is why Luca, I love her in this. I think she is the best character, standout one, because she's actually a good person.
She also has more than a good deal of common sense compared to, well, a few other
She's
of
as
their
good, as
troop.
moral as she can be, and she's also intelligent and not retarded like half.
She's Nina on opposite day.
Always.
Yeah, I just love how Guts is like, yeah, I'm not like, you're probably gonna die if you keep following me and shit. And she's like, yeah, I don't care, like I'm gonna do this. We're gonna
Well,
assault.
this
the
is
castle.
why we love Luca, not Nina.
Fuck Nina.
Also,
And also
I
at the
just
top of
love the
this-
shadowing here.
Yeah, so I love how I think it's the next page, but you do see the apostle on the top, but you can see it in the previous page as well. one of the other ones, you can see the little outline. Then it cuts to it more.
Well, it's slowly
Just
I'm
very
sure,
faint.
As you guys know, it's slowly adding more, and then the imagery with the hand, dude. I'm literally
Hey,
looking
hey,
at some of it.
Christian, what does that apostle look like? That's very recognizable shape that we've seen before in this series with frog legs.
Why don't you tell me, Billy? I just see an apostle.
That's why I kept doing it the last stream. I was just like, I really want to hone in and make y'all think what before y'all end up reading it.
All right, look.
Oh, yeah. Guts also thinks back on what Skull Knight told him, that they already subsist in the currents of causality.
Yeah, that's a strange phrasing, don't you think?
Just a little
I
bit.
think it's as good as it could be considering it's coming from Japanese language.
Did you guys notice any change in the script, in the dialogue? Like in the translation felt a little bit different to me, but it might just be me.
No, I didn't see anything. That's causality, not casuality.
Also, we were curious about what that looks like. Here's a little hint.
Is that supposed to be Costco?
Maybe.
Disrespect Costco.
Damn, man.
Poor Casca.
Damn. She is
Poor potato Costco.
Anyways,
I still love her though, even though she's
back to the screenshots.
All right, look, I gotta go because I'm tired of shit, but I just happened to drop by. Go buy the manga, go read all of it. It's great, amazing. Everything's gonna be even better after this. And all of you have a good night. Christian, Otter, good to see you guys. You too, Frederick. Billy, go fuck yourself. Good night.
It's all right. You're gay.
too late. He's already gone.
Just like Christian, y'all like sharing cucumbers with each other, you know.
Shush.
And just like that, he was gone.
Anyways, continue.
He appeared as he. Never mind.
Anyways,
hold up.
Posca and Nina are in a dungeon.
This is someone's fantasy out there somewhere.
Chaos.
Yeah,
I don't want to
with,
meet said
fuck
person.
Nina.
Please get them away from me.
Listen, even Potato Costco was trying to comfort her, and the bitch like threw her away, pushed her away.
But she feels bad about what she's doing.
Like, I can be brave too. Immediately fails and folds like a deck.
Yeah.
Our strong woman.
Well-
2 seconds later, crying over a bloodied nail.
I'm gonna try
Well-
to reword what I said earlier, but I think that she's showing you a real baseline of what most people would probably react like. I feel that she's really grounding as a character, whereas the others are kind of heroic, you know.
Right. But you end up with the prisoner coming in.
She's freaking eating
The-
a freaking potato.
Yeah, the torture, Father Mozgus's personal torture things. They're like, all right, which one of y'all going first? And then Nina doesn't say nothing.
I guess her, and then Nina doesn't say shit. And then
Can we just admire for a second where she's twirling this this bit of straw? And it's like Nina is super concerned and Costa's just like laying it straight on her head. Not a care in the world.
be?
Costa-
That's right. That's right, people. Be like Costco when times get tough.
Don't
Be
worry.
potato.
We like Casca.
Yeah, be like Costco. Ooh, ah. Oh. That's her dialogue.
Oh boy. So anyways, the torturers come in and they end up taking one of them away. Specifically Nina. And she has a bit of an let's say existential crisis on just how much
How
she's
shitty
willing
she is.
to stand up for Casca, or Elaine as she knows her.
Yes, and then she's like, I'm gonna do good. Cuts to them going to the fucking dungeon.
That's what's funny, man, is the whole setup. She wants to be brave so much, and then she's so disappointed in herself for having
As she should.
being so weak. And this is where the guards say, no one's ever like divulged everything so quickly.
Like, they
But
don't
we
even
end up
show
with,
it,
Yeah, we end up with Farnese getting the news that This dude just being like, "Hey, your father basically said you need to go back. Like your job's done. You got the heretics. Good. That's it. No more. Please leave us. Please understand." And then that's when Serpico, she basically is like, "You sent the letter to my father and stuff, like informing him,
Yes.
like all the shit that's going on."
And she does something that Guts couldn't do. Hurt him.
Yes, and then she reminds him that she's his master.
You know,
Yeah, which is
knowing him and her,
rather
I wonder
peculiar
if-
wording.
I don't think he is upset by this arrangement.
Hey, so I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a question. What seems similar about those two?
They look like they could be
The nose.
the face.
Is he her brother or her sister?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
We're just asking questions here.
Oh,
Yeah, just asking questions, guys.
They have the same chin and the same hair.
They look the same. She might have a more dominant chin, but that's maybe it.
I'm sure it's not that.
Anyways,
They have the same eyelashes.
Nina's crying.
yeah. Farnese is seeing them come by, in which the fucking jailers, roasting me. It's like, shit, I haven't seen more of a pathetic human in my life.
I know, the jailer's like,
Like,
wow,
he didn't even get to rip off one of her fingernails.
I know, they're like having a conversation with each other, like, have you ever seen someone like
So
that? No.
you're gonna have to explain something to me because she has one of her fingernails is bloody later on, but she never gets tortured.
Yeah,
does she?
he didn't even get to pull off the fingernail before she broke.
I think he
That's what
started
he's
banging
saying.
it, and then
What? How does her? Okay, so her finger is still bloody from him pulling on it, or?
Yeah, he was fixing to start tearing it out, and she already confessed. That's the whole thing.
Okay, but she did.
She didn't
bleed.
even last with one fingernail getting fully pulled off.
Yeah.
It was just a little bit of pain before.
I mean, you know how girls are with their fingernails, man. Seriously.
Well, I'm just saying.
I don't know. There's
Well,
a lot
anyways-
of other ladies in that torture chamber that are actually
they're having some
enduring a
real
lot
problems.
longer than Nina ever did.
Oh yeah. So when they go into the torture room, it's just a bunch of panels of people getting their backs raked and shit, getting lit on fire. One tit or the fucking tit rope torture thing. One chick's on a what? It's
On a bench
they're putting
being
her
like
on the
sliced
thing.
and at the crotch.
Having the
Yeah, the
dude-
crotch
the dude
one.
getting yeah.
Yeah, and
The
then
one has her- has
you
her
didn't
whole
have the
front
page, but the
put
page she gets smaller and smaller on each panel going down before she breaks.
Yes.
Nina didn't last long.
Not long at
And
all.
she told him that Elaine is a witch, for the heretic cult.
Anyways, Casca is pinching one of these guys' hats.
I think she puts it in her
Oh.
fucking mouth. Like I said, everything in this damn book, she's putting in her damn mouth.
Also, I love that Farnese recognizes Casca as earlier that she saw the Black Swordsman going out his way to save this woman. And then Father Mosca is like, oh, this is interesting. She's connected with the Black Swordsman, and also all the heretics are calling her, or calling out for her and shit. So he needs to put her in a special chamber, an Iron Maiden.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is not going to go wrong whatsoever.
Also, he looks.
By the
so
way, look how creepy
loving.
he is in that.
Look how loving he looks.
I think this panel is. I mean, there's a lot of panels we've gone through in this deluxe volume already that you see in YouTube thumbnails all over the place. This is one of my favorites of Father Moscus, though.
Yeah, he's so creepy.
He's a great villain because he's a human, for one.
Yes.
And he
At least
actually
for-
believes he's doing good.
Even
Like,
though,
he's not like.
even by other people in the order, they all see him as this really sadistic extremist.
Right, but he actually believes himself to be good. He's not like apostles where they're just evil and they know they're evil. he believes he is doing the word of God in the Holy See. And that's what makes him a compelling villain in this arc in general. Just because it's unique.
He's just a complete zealot. That's part of what makes him fun as a villain.
Poor Casca, she's like not even concerned. She's just like, oh.
I bet you if I bet you if they waited like 10 seconds longer, she would be sucking on one of those fucking spikes.
Oh, Otter, did you cut my favorite panel of Puck where he goes? It's my favorite Chibi Puck panel where he's going supersonic speed, and then the next time you see him, which is I think in between Casca's like inner shirt, and he's just fucking out of breath.
Yeah, he's resting in her tits.
We get Puck trying to save Casca.
Trying and, well, failing.
I love
Well, before this page, Casca's in there and she's getting poked with the needles and stuff, and you start seeing the spirits taking the face of the blood. And then it explodes. In which this is a great fucking page, dude.
I love that panel. Yeah, it just explode, the darkness exploding from behind her.
That's not darkness, that's blood.
Oh, well, that too.
It's all the blood spirit shit.
Yeah,
then we get the next page.
Beautiful pages that are works of art.
Yeah, so Frederick, like I said, you do get a lot of horror in this.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, of course. I was just contrasting to the previous ones being very horrific, especially in the. I'm thinking of the eclipse, but this one brings back a lot of that. It's just
like these spirits are dissolving people like the blob.
And they're very grabby with her, by the way.
It's not a bad thing that we're not as extreme as other tomes in the past, because Berserk exceptionally goes hard on the paint. Let's not kid ourselves. Straight from page 1, Berserk is hardcore.
Yeah.
So just to have a milder thing is still like much more horrific than most comics.
And
you
like
see out
this,
there.
like this image in itself is more horrifying than almost any other panel of
Oh.
a large portion of manga.
All right, so going on to the next chapter, Otter, because I'm gonna have a question for Christian specifically.
All right.
And Frederick. Go ahead and start the next
I'll
chapter.
be just 1 second because I still
You
got to pull up.
fucker, you still taking pictures? Yeah.
Yeah, I have not
All right,
had time
anyway.
to look at anymore.
So I'm gonna go ahead and say this, Christian. In the next chapter, when she gets absorbed into the gelatinous fucking blood things after they dissolve the other ones, what was your first thought? Being like, "Oh, Casca finally died," because you were concerned about this.
I was worried that would start a second eclipse, like a second eclipse-like event.
Because going through this, because you were scared that she was going to die, so I'm wondering if you were concerned going forward, getting closer when it keeps.
Not yet, I wasn't, because I think it would have just killed her right away instead of prolonging it. But no, I was still okay. Yeah.
Otter, what are you doing? Are you still screenshotting?
Yes.
He's just over there.
Just a little bit.
Anyways, Father Moscus is freaking out when he's seeing blood exploding.
Also, yeah, that
the room.
freaking reaction. It's like, everything is a demon. Then when he finally fucking sees one, he's like, what the fuck is that?
But
What is that?
So I also love it. So his like little tiny minions that he has in the torture room, not his main ones, but the other ones that have masks of him, what they're wearing, they get immediately dissolved because the entire room is leaking blood, and all the heretics were like really excited because they think Casca is doing this magic, and then they start turning to horror as the fucking blobs start eating them as well. And melting them. What a horrible fate.
What a horrible fate.
Oh, I love this part. Go back. So she's wanting to do it secretly, and then she gets in there and she gets the dude to go get Jerome, which is the one she's been having sex with, of the Holy Iron Chain Knights people.
Yeah, the one that's like,
Guts
I'm
just
gonna marry
immediately
her
says,
someday.
yeah, Guts immediately says, fuck that, jumps into there while she's having the conversation with the dude and goes through. The dude's like, what was that? She was like, oh, it's just your
I could've sworn I
imagination.
saw something.
Yeah. She's like, no, it's your imagination. And she's holding fucking Isidro with her foot.
It's absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all.
She's freaking gaslighting him actively. Good start to a relationship.
And then Guts is, he's looking for Casca.
Yeah.
Which I think
Just
we're
casually
getting close.
strolling along as you do.
Also, because it's Berserk, I saw those statues. I'm like, I don't trust them.
Look at that architecture, dude. This is fucking beautiful.
Yeah, this is old medieval
columns.
too. It's so good.
The statues, the everything, and the way that he grays out the bricks, it's all hatching. It's all fucking hand hatched, every single brick. Incredible work.
No penises, not a single one in sight.
Not a single one.
What a
Yeah, these are
this
the most
fucking volume.
modest statues I've seen in the series, by the way. Even going forward, these are the most modest.
Which isn't saying much, mind you.
This was a holy place at some point. Not for a while, but it was at some point.
Yeah, but I don't think that would hold them back. Just saying.
It really wouldn't have.
I mean, I don't think the artist is very religious either. Like it really feels like a atheistic bias.
There is.
Yeah, there is.
I'll agree with you until the end of this, where he kind of fucking slaps it away.
And he kind of tones down from then onward. It never really comes back.
At the end of 7, Billy Bob, or at the end of the arc?
The end of Deluxe Volume 7, he does slap the whole messaging of don't follow religion and shit and all this other stuff. There's a conversation where Jerome, the one dude's like, well, the only people to survive are the ones who didn't go looking for salvation from God. And then Luke is like, no, that's not really it. It's just the people that weren't feared, were the ones that survived.
It was like, at the last minute, Mura is kind of like revising his theme. At first it seems like, oh, it's just religious people are being like frail and really meek and dumb, but then she kind of revises it to just say, no, they just didn't stand up for themselves. They were constantly looking to someone else to save them.
Right. Which it's not like she directly has dialogue going against the kind of theme with the religion. Albeit I always just
it almost feels like an editor or it feels like an editor or a reader came up to Mura and just kind of said, hey, your themes are kind of bullshit because of this reason.
Like I can understand doing the theme of like corrupt like religious, like these orders, because the Holy See is the Catholic Church. Clearly what it's themed after. So I can get it like the major mega churches shit and that.
Completely not themed after the Catholic Church and the Inquisition. Not whatsoever.
Yeah, but Christian missing the page. This is Father Mozgus' response to seeing this. Look at this, Frederick.
Ah, dude, that's fucking beautiful.
From this point onward, it's like every other panel just becomes a work of art.
Those blobs are so abstract. Like they're formless. There's no skull in there. They're all like goo and like a mixture of goo and ghosts.
Yep.
Yeah, and the end result is just incredible for sure.
But Casca
we even get to see how some of these guys are getting dissolved by these things just upon contact. It really reminds me of like the gelatinous cubes from D&D or something like that. As soon as they go in, they're digested. They're done.
Also the blob.
Yeah.
That these the spirit manages to blob up Casca, but she's not dead.
Phrasing.
Yeah, he blobbed all over.
He blobbed her good.
Puck is like,
Well, it's better than you know what? I'm better. I'd happily have that clip than this one. You know,
you get criticized either way. I tried both ways. Oh Christ!
Oh, Christian.
Guts finds Farnese walking, and then Serpico kind of notices
Why is
but
there something
doesn't.
a little sexy about this scene?
Well, I mean, Farnese is a great
This is
character.
clearly
and,
somebody's kink.
Yeah, Mira.
Listen, this sword is more than just a sword. You know, it's symbolism. At this point in the story, this is the readers. This is what they're when they do their sword with Farnese. You know.
I wish Stormcrow was still here to talk about the fear in the eyes of Farnese in panel 3 here.
But Guts is basically Guts is not having her shit. Like, you know, she doesn't want to go to the basement. He just fucking punches the statue behind her, breaks
And
it.
here's Nina being fucking Nina.
Being meek and useless as usual, and backstabbing because that's what she does.
Okay, I'm gonna join this, gang banging on Nina here phrasing, but I don't mind the character. It's her hairdo that gets on my nerves. Does she have a perm or what?
Yes.
I think it's just marshmallows sewn together.
How does she keep that hair so fluffy in this medieval setting?
Magic.
She's also a prostitute, so you know, it's possible.
What you think she's using ejaculate? What are you saying, Billy?
Yes, I'm exactly insinuating that.
It's like, oh yeah, makes
Just,
the best hair
Roll it
gel.
up. There we go.
Everybody's walking
Yeah, she
by.
just
What's that
hears,
smell? Oh, nothing.
She just hears people telling to get out monsters and shit, and also fuck the prisoners, leave them.
She's like, this is what I deserve, but I don't want to die.
I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Oh, somebody's coming through the door. I wonder who that is. Oh, it's you. Hi, Luca.
Hey, I definitely
Luca,
didn't betray
Jerome,
you
and the
guys.
secret.
Not once.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I did not hit her.
Anyway, how's your sex life?
That fucking movie.
I love that you both got the reference right on cue.
I know, dude.
I think at this point it's a requirement to know the dialogue from the room. You just need to know it.
Yep.
Oh boy. But anyways,
Yeah.
so everybody ends up coming into the prison along with Jerome, who is actively helping them out at this point. Jerome is actually
he's really coming through for this one. Yeah.
emphasis on coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's actually a stand-up guy.
Yeah, he's kind of
Like
like,
for
I
Luca.
don't like being in this situation, but I will be the White Knight. What the fuck?
By the way,
is that?
Fred, once again,
Yes.
the horror. Like, look at this.
Yes, the whore Luca, you mean? Or the whore Nina?
Don't call Luca a whore. She's a great whore, you know? We're
Don't
very
call her
Luca
whore,
is
it's my
best
job.
whore. All right.
Oh, the whore.
Oh, the whore.
No, look at this
Wait, what?
fucking shot. This is great.
Looks like the
Think-
blob is horny.
Incredible.
He's
Matter of
like,
fact,
"Come
there was a
here."
shot later on. I don't know if Otter you got it, but there's a shot later on where it's actually done from Guts' perspective, which I don't
I
think,
think
I've
I got
actually
it.
ever seen. I don't think I've actually seen that shot done. Mirror doesn't really do that.
Not very often, no.
I don't.
It's
At this point, I don't
really
think
not
he's ever
often.
done it.
It's very claustrophobic.
Well, it should be. Yeah, the entirety of their path is taken up with those things.
Also,
Ooh,
I
Yeah, we
love
find out
this
what happens
thread
to that.
here.
We just
I
find out
love
what happened
the-
to the heretics.
the fog. Look how beautiful the fog is. It's just like
Bro, they are boned.
Giggity.
this is
I
so
just
beautiful.
also Puck,
See, this is what
Puck was.
happens when you swing both ways.
Look at all them
That's,
bones. That might get Christian overexcited. You know.
It's boning time.
I just love how Guts looks to the floor and he notices that the helmet's got like little something's going on. He picks it up and then fucking Puck is just holding himself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what's
that's a
this?
nice intro.
Oh, hi, Puck. It's one of my favorite Chestnut Puck panels. It looks so good. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, that is a good scene.
And also,
Also,
we're
you know,
seeing
they're
Arnie's kind of reacting to some of the absolute horrors going on here. She's kind of blocked out her memory for the most part with Rape Horse and the other demon dogs from before, except
she can
for her
replace it
memory
with
with
all
Guts. But
hold up.
it's all starting to seep back in.
You didn't have the page where she's Puck is Puck and Guts are talking.
Pucking.
And remember, she can't. She just thinks Guts is talking to himself out of nowhere, and then she finally notices that Puck is there, and then immediately it flashes back to the Dragon Slayer scene with Puck, like his reaction of the giant eyes.
I love that the blob is just like it left a couple little pieces around. It's like, hey.
Hey,
Yeah,
how's
they
it
look
going?
like little bugs you might find on the floor.
Again,
Yeah, she's not.
Father Mothis here. His reaction to demons is it's something special, ain't it?
It's really out of this world, and you get some. Just look at that.
Repent, thou dead.
And it ends about
And
as well
then-
as you think it would.
That's a great shot.
Look,
Look at the book,
at his
man. Yeah.
by the way, just to let you know, last Deluxe volume, you killed a man with this Bible.
Yes.
And his Bible is going to
Literally-
get some more
Use.
some more character development for his Bible in a few chapters.
This Bible gets a
Yes.
lot of character development.
It's a very important character, you know.
And is that the egg in the background? The octopus
It's the
shape?
apostle.
Yes. Well, because he's kind of an egg, right? He's
Yes.
an egg-shaped
When we-
apostle.
Yeah, he's the egg of the perfect world.
That's it. Is this the first time we're seeing this egg, or is this an egg we've
We've seen
before?
parts of him before, mostly just
We-
his
we-
eyes, but we've
So
seen
Yeah,
you've
the
always
eyes,
seen
yeah.
him. You always seen like shadowed out, not really can tell, just his eyes mostly.
Yeah.
This one you're seeing even more of his shape, and the next chapter you'll see even clearer.
Yeah.
Here's
Even clearer.
here's the Puck one. That's the one that Farnesis remembers of Puck.
I absolutely love that one so much.
I know. Chibi Puck, yeah.
Well, anyways,
Okay, that's enough pucking around. Come on.
enough pucking around,
Shut the fuck up.
and we've officially crossed into Volume 20. So
Ooh,
overall,
look at that
what did you
cover.
guys think of Volume 19 with all of the developments going on there?
Oh, we also saw her. No, never mind.
It reminds me of the first time they went to get Griffith in the other fortress. It's kind of like, okay, let's charge the fortress kind of a story again. Although they're not rescuing an old friend this time.
Right. And remember that everything that happens in these next few volumes is meant to be an imitation of what happens to the eclipse. So it's
Yep.
like you're seeing a lot of these subtle parallels going on, and I absolutely love
Also,
how easily you can overlook it if you're not paying attention.
this cover, by the way, what she's holding in their hand and how it connects with the two characters.
I'm sure it will have no significance at all.
Yeah, nothing that happens this volume will have any consequences going forward. None.
Yeah, it's not like I believe whenever it came to the end of Deluxe Volume 7, this pretty much amounts to hearsay on my part, but what I believe is Mura said, now the story of Berserk can actually begin. I believe it.
What?
It makes sense with what happens later on. But anyways, we start off with quite the interesting panel.
Yeah, we
I
finally
must
got
say.
past the. Oh, my internet fucked up.
Uh-oh.
She's just
No, what I
chilling in the
meant-
bath. Yeah, she's fine. No screaming, distress.
All right, what did I miss?
Christian
not
said
much
he
at all.
swings both ways.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he said that 2 or 3 times already, but he reiterated just for emphasis.
Otter's like, I kind of.
He's always got to have that cucumber
Otter's
with the
sitting here
salad.
like, you know, I'll be honest, I kind of miss Rape Horse.
Clip that.
Gosh, Mr. Hat, if only we remembered more pleasant days.
Oh my! You're giving us so many good ones there, Kahuna.
So, anyways, we see the baby is actually protecting Casca in this.
Yeah, that's an interesting twist. Yeah.
Well, because the baby is supposed to be what Casca and Guts.
It's Casca's and Guts' child corrupted by Griffith's semen.
I mean, you can see the resemblance with Guts. They both have the same eye.
They actually
fucked
do. No, it's really fucked up when you consider that it has Casca's lip, her lips. It's missing one eye, same as Guts, and then its remaining eye, whenever it's more focused, you recognize it as Griffith. So it's like all of them are mixed together in this demon child.
Yeah, but this.
And remember, we saw
like
him
this thing
protect-
has been hanging out with Guts and Casca trying to hang out. With
I just love the cross-eyed that he does to characters every now and then. Like, zoom in on his face.
All right, let's get a nice little zoom in here. Look at that, the sheer majesty.
They left out the bro, man. They should be come at me, bro.
Come at me, bro.
That should be added, truth be told.
I mean, it's kind of implied, but
That should be my avatar from now on.
that's kind
Yeah,
of
and then,
interesting. Knuckles. I like the way he does the knuckles here.
And that pseudo-apostle starts stabbing Father Mozgus and the other ones. And you got the page where he gets stabbed and he starts foaming at the mouth.
Yeah, I believe I've got it right here. Also, the
Look
cross-eye.
at him.
It's
He
so
shall
good.
accept anyone's challenge.
Oh, that's deep cross-eyed because it's not just one direction; it's up and down as well.
Yeah.
By the way, the character does not, like I said, he
Shallow
is a
cross-eye
human.
isn't just enough.
Like, he is a human. He's not an apostle at all. But like,
So,
the design is
Is
so
the
creepy.
apostle connecting to him? Because we see like one tentacle seem to reach down to his head.
So you know how you saw in the with the goat dude where he poked him with the little stinger thing. That's what he's doing to them, and it turns them into pseudo apostles.
Oh, is that what's happening?
Oh,
And Father
I
Mozgus.
thought that was obvious, actually.
Yeah,
I heard
Father
Otter
Mozgus.
To
Mozgus.
the goat guy.
Father Mozgus, he is about on the level of an apostle as a pseudo apostle.
You mean Otter Moscus? Thank you very much.
You know what you would associate with that that lovely.
Yeah, you want to be surrounded by men.
What are you talking about, Billy? I think you're just projecting your own fantasies or something.
No, you just said you wanted to be Father
Billy
Mozgus.
sitting here. Otter must be gay.
He has to be. There's no other explanation. I will not have it any other way.
No, I'm not going to tell anyone. You know what people will say if they found out I tried to fuck a ready boy and it turned out to be a ready girl?
Well, I guess it's time for us to leave, Mr. Hat.
Is that a line from freaking South Park?
What is?
The Mr. Garrison?
Yeah, no, the Mr. Hat.
Yeah, Mr. Garrison.
I'm
I
making
haven't
an
watched the
impersonation of
show.
Mr. Garrison. That's it.
Also, I feel bad for Casca and the baby because the baby gets fully hit with this flame going through the blood glob spirits.
Also, yeah, Father Moscos is an apostle level sub apostle by the time he gets freaking transformed. Freaking
Yeah,
wings.
but by this point, he just does not give a fuck.
Also, his design is even better because everything is like square and angular on his design. His eyes, teeth, nose, knuckles.
And the way he transforms, he grows wings first, and then the wings turn into punches, into fists. That's so
Well, he turns
strange.
he ends up getting like stone scales over his entire body, and his wings
Yeah.
turn into it.
Yeah, it's such a I would have
He's
never
just on
thought.
fire. He's like, I have witnessed a miracle.
Oh,
And
his
it's
father
not going
was-
to end in disaster later
never
on.
He has never looked more sane.
Yeah, completely sane. I mean, look,
Like I said,
there's fire all around him. Yeah, that he's completely a good
This is
guy.
what the Lord intends. To use this power to guide the people.
like I said, he's consistent with his beliefs. You know, he's crazy, psychotic murderer, but at least
He's like a
He's not
televangelist.
a hypocrite.
well, I mean,
He is consistent. At
that's
the
why I
very
love
least.
him as a villain. Like he's evil, but he himself doesn't view himself as evil at all.
Yeah.
And all the previous villains we've had know that they're fucking evil and what they're doing is evil.
Yeah.
Christian, you about to fall asleep?
Yeah, dude.
Oh no.
Sorry, I got up at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll absolutely do it.
Also, it's very warm. It's very warm. here.
Isidro was wanting to fight these fuckers, because
And
they're
they're
wanting to
slowly-
take Casca.
They're slowly becoming gym bros, even more so than before.
Yeah, you look at this. Do you even lift, bro?
Dude, this shot is so remarkable for a lot of reasons. First of all, you see his fucking how do you say omoplats in English? The plates in his back.
What?
They're like straight up because of the way
His
he
shoulder
hunched over.
blades?
Yes, thank you. Shoulder blades.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoulder. Like, what did you fucking say?
I said the French word, which is omoplate. I tried to say it in English.
Sorry,
Listen.
I don't speak French. I don't speak Spanish.
I'm a omoplate on the fucking ground after hearing that off a
But,
building. You know?
Doesn't he stand out to you guys like the fucking black mask, the bulging eyes within the mask? He's so menacing without having a super huge weapon, but his claws, the way he uses it.
Ain't no black protagonists in Nintendo games, boy.
I love him. Look at the fucking veins on his arms, man. Look at that. Zoom in on the veins. Zoom and enhance.
All right, I'll zoom in on the veins.
Show us your hands, Frederick. just
Show us
for,
your veins.
Hey, this is my only hands. You want to see my
Time to make a
sneak?
fortune.
I knew this would be a cursed strain, but holy shit. Dude, I need to start pinching myself.
The teeth. It's almost like he's an orc.
Yeah, no, he looks very. Their transformation is not sudden. Because they were already kind of horrifying looking. They just look slowly more.
It's just they're steadily looking worse and worse and more fucked up.
Dude, the
As the fight
wrinkles
goes
on
on.
his look at the wrinkles on his chin.
Yeah.
Like every wrinkle is there. There's more detail in his chin than in most Marvel characters.
His chin wrinkles have more development than most Marvel characters.
It's pretty wild. The teeth are interesting as well. I just find this character
Keep
like,
in mind, all of Father Mozgus, and the reason why they're devoted to him is because they were all outcasts, deformed, and shit. So this is a step up for them, you know?
They're finally getting a
also
break
the fact
in life.
that they're transforming into angel wings too is really
Yes.
very subtly.
And he fucking grabs a pillar. He grabs a pillar and that's on fire and throws it at them.
As you do.
Must have had a really rough time.
They
It's
won't let,
completely normal. Everybody's done it, you know? Like, look at that.
I just love how it cuts away to just the explosion outside.
And then the reaction shot. Look at the reaction shot. The girls, like, what's her face? Nina's a bitch. Luca is concerned for everyone. He, like, her cock boy is,
Jerome has had enough.
yeah, he is surprised, and then frickin' our little protagonist boy over here is frickin' psyched.
He's having the time of his life.
This is everything he's ever wanted.
yeah, I'll give him that. Isidro is he's got the guts, man. He's brave and he's
got
very
the
odd.
guts.
He's very audacious. I didn't mean that pun, but like ever since the ever since the fucking scene with the at the beginning with the cult. He's been throwing stones since the initial confrontation.
Yeah.
For a little guy.
Before with the things when he was throwing the stones in the cave, where Puck was like, "Your name is Isidro, which means thief, and you're throwing stones, so you're a stone thief." That was the joke.
What?
So I'm
Also,
guessing
look at
Isidro means.
Look at Skull Knight coming in here like a freaking boss, dude.
Skull Knight's just chilling, you know.
Every time he shows up, slay.
He's going after that. Going after that apostle that's transforming and doing all this shit.
Every time Skull Knight shows up, it's dreamlike and kind of epic.
Every time Skull Nut. Every time Skull Knight shows up, you know shit just got real. Not Skull Nut.
Clip that.
Yeah, that's clipped.
We're clipping that. 151. Put 151, Christian. Write it down.
The whole episode is clippable. You're gonna have to go through it all, man.
We're just
So anyway,
machine
with a fine-tooth comb.
So, anyways, we cut back to Guts showing up, and fucking Farnice is out of breath trying to keep up.
Fucking fat bitch.
By the way, I like the posing shot of this.
I like.
Yeah,
him
it's
going up
really
the stairs
dynamic.
Looks really, really cool. I don't know how he did it, but
Also,
yeah,
that's
Mira found a way to
that's a
make
sus
somebody
shot of
running
Puck.
up a set of stairs very exciting.
That's a sus shot of Puck.
yeah.
Yeah, just a little sus.
Anyways, next chapter.
Anyways, off to those who dance at the summit, those who creep in the depths, where we're cutting back right to Chain Guy.
The guys
Oh
like,
yeah,
"Are
Luca
you
accidentally
fucking
falls
swole?"
off, and then Nina catches her, and then Jerome catches Nina, and then Isidro is holding on to Jerome.
I need to reread this portion here, the next portion coming up here, because it's a little odd. I was reading so fast. I need to
So
reread it again.
the Skull Knight and the Apostle are fighting each other, and the egg one jumps off and runs down, and then while Skull Knight jumps down, and Luca, you have Nina, by the way, fuck Nina, who's like contemplating dropping Luca.
I thought Luca let go. Wasn't that? Am I
Yeah,
wrong?
Luca did. She did.
Luca,
But,
Luca
Nina-
being a badass bitch is like, I will not sacrifice my friend. Nina's like, this bitch weighs a lot.
Yeah,
she's
Nina's
like,
I might sacrifice my friend. Nina's like, no, you don't sacrifice me. I sacrifice myself.
I think you guys are overlooking one of the Nina things because she's also self-loathing all the while she's doing these horrible things. Like she's
Oh yeah,
self-aware.
but that doesn't help us not like her. That doesn't make us like her.
No, granted, and I think you're supposed to not like her, but it's an interesting dimension that he's putting in there.
But
Also, this is one of the pause. This is one of the first time we've seen Skull Knight interact with someone who isn't Guts, also, which is really interesting.
Well, technically, he interacted with Puck in the last Deluxe volume.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
But I just love how she automatically thinks she's dead.
Well, yeah, you see Skull Knight, you think that's the Angel of Mercy? No.
To be fair, like she is a woman in Berserk, so the odds are pretty
Well,
high.
I would keep in mind that
she's
she
sitting
was
here,
like,
am I about to get fucked by a skeleton?
well, she's just like death and listen, she didn't even think that she was gonna die. She was hoping there was something that was gonna break her fall. Didn't work out.
She has a really bad plan, but it turns out really well for her.
Yeah, it
Skull
turned
Knight
out
catches
so
her, want a
it worked
bone.
out in the end, and that's what matters, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and everybody's a little freaked out by this, understandably so.
Which is fair, yeah.
Yeah, fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah. Look
But I
at him.
think she-
This guy's my favorite dude.
What,
I mean,
Jerome or the?
He's
fucking,
really having the time of his life.
The masked
He
character
looks
with the
very
glowing
British in
eyes
that
and the
second
big
panel
orc
there.
teeth. Yeah, second panel.
Very British looking, yeah.
Oh yeah, Guts just fucking swoops in and breaks the pillar with the Dragon Slayer. No fucks given.
No fucks given. Absolutely none.
And then, of course, immediately tries to hit Father Moscas.
He tries, but it doesn't work out quite so well for him.
Yeah, see, like this.
Yeah,
whole,
I just love
this,
how,
this
uh,
whole freaking spirit walk she goes on with Skull Knight. I need to reread this because I need to understand it better.
What do you mean?
I feel like I'm missing something when I read it.
All
Or
right,
when I read
what
it.
are you confused about?
I just want to make sure I'm not missing any meaning. I don't have a specific answer for what that might be. I feel the need to go back through it again and really look, because I was finishing it earlier today. But yeah,
Yeah, I just love how he's like,
You were
you would
finishing
choose to
earlier
die.
today?
she's looking at him like a knight in shining armor.
Well, he's like, why did you choose
Which
to die?
he
He's like,
kinda is.
yeah, I'm not that commendable. I thought there would be something that would break my fall. Evidently, it didn't work.
I'm surprised
Yeah,
that the
that's why we
restraint
love
he
Luca.
has and not saying like this bitch is.
She's being like all nice and flirty.
She's
and
still
friendly,
like
and
2 or
he's
3
like,
steps up from
Why
Nina.
did
Come
you
on.
choose to die?
Yeah, she is being nice and flirty, and at first I thought it was off, but I'm like, she is a prostitute. It's kind of like her you know,
deal.
She's not really being flirty
survival
with him.
instinct.
Yeah, she's not being flirty.
She's being a
She's just being
flagrant
nice.
whore.
Oh, I think she's being flirty. Look at those eyes, man.
Yeah.
She's wanting to bone down with the Bone Lord.
She sees that bone. She's like, what that bone do?
Oh yeah, and this is the burial grounds where they've been dumping all the bodies.
Yeah, and as you can tell, it's only been just like 1 or 2 people who have died. Not too many.
This is where Miro put all the dead
It's a
bodies in
private,
the
it's
first
a small
6
private
volumes.
family burial ground.
Damn,
Yeah, it's just a
man.
representation of the series as a whole with how many humans died throughout it.
Everybody's having such a good time, you know.
It's
Listen,
Nothing
that's just
bad
only like
happening.
part of Guts' kill count, you know, of his own.
Where are all
Look
the
at
kids?
this.
Yeah, really.
When they all grow their wings and stuff.
I absolutely love kind of like just how much there's a contrast here, because everything up until this point has been very like morbid, borderline satanic at points, and then you have this where they're just all of a sudden sprouting angel wings, and I mean you'll get to see more of this, hint hint, wink wink, later on, but you're starting to see how Mura's actually drawing like bright and beautiful colors, and it ends up looking
like
very,
it's so detailed.
very
You can imagine
fantastic.
the colors. Yeah, the wings
Yeah.
look angelic.
Also, I love how each one of the panels that has him holding Casca, I love how her hair's drawn. Looks really good.
It really does.
Oh, we'll get to it in this chapter or the next one, where everyone sees like Father Moscus and Guts going at it, and they're like, "Please, Father Moscus, save us!"
Save us, save us.
Save us from that monster Guts.
No, go back to that one. Go back.
All right.
Look at the fucking hair. I just love how it's drawn, how it flows down.
I mean, you can feel the motion there, even though it's like, well, I guess motion's not the best word. More just the sense of gravity that's kind of like happening.
The layers.
Yeah, Casca's hair is like onions. There's layers.
Oh yeah, and Father Moscus is wanting to burn.
Cakes have layers.
He's wanting to burn Casca because he believes that technically it's not untrue, but that she's the one causing all the monsters and glob things attacking.
He's not technically untrue, but
he's not
like they
wrong.
can only really affect people who were prone
Well,
to evil anyway, and so like
I
they
love
have a
how
footing
like it's.
here.
I love how later on Isidro's like he's yelling at the people down below, and then Puck is just like, well, he's just back to like, well, technically,
Well,
it is them
technically.
actually causing this with their brands.
Just
Herman,
a little
don't write
bit.
All those E's. I'm gonna fall asleep if I read them.
Also, this dude, the big roided out dude, he has like the angel baby face when his mask gets ripped off.
I know, I hate it.
I know. It looks so strange. Like they're actually fighting. Like chains are flying. They're dodging and slashing at each other. Then eventually, just as they're kind of like concluding, Guts is almost getting his eyes pulled out by this guy. Just fucking bites down on it. Then all of a sudden... All right.
Great shot.
Listen, you gotta let us appreciate him biting a goddamn pliers.
Okay, fair enough.
And then headbutting the fucking thing.
Yes. It reminds me a lot of whenever he... It reminds me a lot of the fight between Guts and Griffith, like very early on in Golden Age. It's a very similar look and everything. Like the look in his eye.
How is Guts' teeth not destroyed at this point? He's caught a sword. No homo.
I don't
Pretty
know.
freaking
Now,
he also gets healed every day by Puck, which is one of the only ways like he's allowed to be alive still.
Anyways, keep going.
Somehow I manage, written by Guts.
Guys, if I fall asleep,
Look at
I can
those
tell you
fucking
something.
sound effects. Sorry, I didn't mean to step over you there, Kahuna.
How dare you?
The Japanese are so lucky, man, to have these beautiful
They have
kanji symbols for
kanji
the
is
sound
so good
effects.
for that. Yeah.
It's incredible.
Look, yeah, it's really positioned well in the drawing.
And he's using them as see-through, like they're not even filled in with white at the bottom. They're kind of like, you could still see the wings through these.
Herman's snoring for you, Kahuna.
I know, dude. Holy crap.
Thanks,
Sorry.
Herman.
I've been really tired.
So for the best nightmares, just listen to our Berserk review streams before falling to bed.
I'm gonna wake up.
Yes.
Ah!
Hear the horror. The horror
I'm gonna
of
wake
rape
up-
horse
No, Billy
and
Bob, I don't like it
rape
both
goat.
ways.
Anyways, continue. Look at that sword swing.
So good. Absolutely.
I mean,
Also,
they do kind of gang up on him pretty thoroughly here in this scene.
Yeah, they do. And it ends about as well as you could imagine. Like bodies are
Farnice
flying.
is having her mind broke, being like, "Oh, these fuckers now have wings. They fly now."
Yeah, what the
Why
actual
am I
fuck
here
is
again?
this?
Guts actually struggles in this fight a bit more than I anticipated.
Yeah, it's good because if he had it too easy, it would be boring, the scenes with Guts, but he still has to put in effort.
I'm just waiting for Christian to accidentally fall asleep and fall over.
Yeah, Christian's gonna be falling asleep to this baby face. I mean,
This
look at
one's
this
really
guy.
I don't
weird.
want that to be the last thing I see before I
This
fall
one,
asleep.
this one is really weird, but it works. It's not cartoony. His head is still drawn realistic in a very strange and awful
What?
looking way, but it's well drawn.
Have you
He
seen like
looks
the
like,
drawings of like baby angels?
It
And
looks
stuff?
like a roided out 18-year-old Marine.
He looks like an Oni Plays drawing if they just decided to make their characters extremely roided out. That's what this makes me think of.
I like him.
He looks over Guts. Are you nutty?
Hug me. I need a hug.
I need a hug.
Oh god. Oh yeah, he cut off that one dude's arm and he just puts his fucking arm in his mouth with the chains.
I mean, you know, it happens.
I love this.
Listen, these guys are not winning a beauty contest, you know.
It depends.
exactly.
Have you seen the beauty contest lately? I'm just saying.
Oh, they might. Yeah, they might qualify.
Yeah, they actually stand
know.
a chance now.
Hey
I
guys,
think these
and,
guys
and
could qualify.
representing
Look at that
Miss
face.
Miss Dominican Republic.
I mean, seriously, look at that face. I think he could compete.
That's a face even a mother could hate.
You know
Yeah.
what? People kept making fun of him that he had no neck, so this is what he came up with the pseudo apostle form.
The only people who wouldn't vote for him in a beauty contest would be bigots. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, that's right.
Obviously.
Yes. So, anyways,
He comes up.
I mean, he's so brave and beautiful. Look
Am
at that.
I beautiful?
Oh my lord.
Well, that effect is me doing a deep voice with the pitch set higher. Just sounds creepy. What if I do the opposite?
all right. There's Otter's favorite character. There's Otter's favorite character. You know, Skull Nut.
Skull Nut.
Skull Nut.
Oh man, it's such a good name.
The post Skull Nut clarity.
Well, It reminds me of the original Zelda games because the knights were called nuts in the
Oh
book.
yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
Skull Knight
Oh,
just being
Lord.
contemptuous, like he's just thinking about stuff.
Here's the ass shot of Skull Nut.
Yeah, a bit of fan service for all
Jesus
the
fucking
Skull
Christ.
Nut fans.
He has
Yeah.
a fucking
Now,
dump truck, bro.
They even moved the cape out of the way so you would get a clear
I
view.
can't fall asleep now. Skull Knight's ass is not the last thing I can see. Before
Rule 34 art coming soon.
You
Oh,
got
surely it already exists.
Kahuna. Stay as long as you can because we're ending on Griffith, so you can fall asleep to Griffith. He's such a
No.
beautiful, beautiful man, Kahuna.
Yes, because we're getting right into the mock eclipse.
Oh,
Continue.
bro.
Go to the next page.
This man has no dick.
Anyways,
Yep, and then the apostle tries to use the tentacle things on Skull Nut.
on Skull Nut. Get it
Yeah,
right.
Skull Nut. And he immediately fucking cuts him off, no problem.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is important. This is
What?
actually
That's
important. for
The
beautiful
real
next
world
shot,
has
dude.
begun to crack.
This is a great. This is typically Japanese. You zooming out, you get a beautiful view of the landscape, which happens to be dead bodies. But
It's Berserk. We'll roll with it.
it's one of those shots that makes it breathe. Like you could feel the story slowing down now. The pacing is changing.
It's brave and beautiful, you know.
It's great
Listen,
storytelling.
Herman P. Hunter listening to Billy Bob is a true sleep aid. You know?
Uh-huh.
Also, look how that's the first time I've seen those eyes panicked at all in this whole period of time.
Yes.
Well, what do you think when Skull Nut rips off your tentacles, you know?
It's the post Skull Nut clarity, you know.
Skull Nut.
Bro, we're gonna have to make a weird meme with that now.
Oh, Lord save our souls.
Also, he is quick on his feet to hop right away, which is
Yeah, but
a
he
little
gets-
surprising considering just how squat this thing is.
There's an interesting exchange with him and Luca here because he's saying that if Luca requests his service, he would have to deny it, but he's voluntarily like he seems to have a very strict code of conduct that we don't know about.
Oh no! Oh, so well, he's telling her that if she asks for his help, like he's not going to do it because he has his own reason to be there. Like he has his own things he doesn't have time for.
Okay.
Also, you find out who was actually skinning the priest. It was the apostle.
It was
And he's
Mr. Egg.
Yeah, he's making his idol.
Yep.
Yeah,
That would
I
work.
mean, I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I first saw this, I immediately thought of Pinwheel from Dark Souls 1. I know Pinwheel is kind of inspired by this a little bit, but that was the first thing that came to my mind.
Oh, it's weird. Weird. It looks almost like a falcon shape.
Yeah, I wonder if
Yes,
there's any correlation
almost
there.
like a hawk.
Yeah, it's strange how that works.
Yeah.
It's also done in the style of the Holy Seas idol, their idol.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yes.
He's using the skull spines and shit. The swirls. And we get the backstory of the apostle.
And yeah, it's a very cheery backstory. And yeah, there's
not at all Gollum-like at all. Yeah.
not at all Gollum-like, and there's completely no metaphorical parallels to, like conception or anything like that. Like he's burrowing deep into the earth, almost like it's the mother or something.
Yeah.
And then, he's an egg. So, yeah.
Well, specifically he
A
met
face
the
only a mother
five.
could love.
He met the 5 angels, which are the fucking
God hand.
you know the God hand,
You know, the thing.
and he had nothing to sacrifice because he was fucking dead bodies piling onto him. But he sacrificed the world, and his wish is to birth a new world. Yeah, that's why I was saying on the last one, Christian, where he's a fucking egg. He's the Behelit.
Yeah, the Baelit was he's been looking mighty different pretty much this entire volume too. Going forward, he's a weird shape as well.
So, is he a Behelit making the wish upon himself?
Yes, on his
Yes.
tongue is the brand of sacrifice, because the only thing he could sacrifice is the world he knows, and he wants to, hatch the perfect world. Him be the reasoning for it.
And I do like that you're
I
being
do have
fed this
questions about the
backstory.
end of this volume too.
What'd you say, Christian?
I do like that you're being. Oh, go ahead.
I do have questions about the end of this volume as well, regarding certain characters who appear and why they remain at the end.
Okay. All right, continue, Otter. We'll get back to that when we get to the end.
All right. I do like the fact that we're being drip fed this information now, pretty much after all of the shit you've seen in the world of Berserk. Because if this was being told to you now, you wouldn't believe it. But after seeing like Golden Age, Lost Children, pretty much everything that's happened in Conviction, you pretty much agree with him whenever he just straight up tells Luca that he looked at the world, he was like, the world is ugly. It needs to be reborn. And it's like, you can't really disagree with the guy. It's
but the
not in the best shape.
reborn part, like there's so much blood, and sacrifice has not done anything to better this world.
It's really not.
It's
just made it worse.
Yeah, but he hates this world. Keep in mind, he actually has in common with Nina and them.
That's why Luca is so unbelievably based, because she also lives in this world, but she lives with hope for the future and trying to make the lives of her and everyone better.
Yes.
Also, I love this perspective here. It looks so good, especially these candles. I don't know.
Dude, the
I love
candles
this
are
angle.
insane. How does he like? I know candles aren't that hard to draw, but he makes them look so freaking good, dude.
Yes.
You can be better than other people at drawing candles. Like, it's got a lot of personality in here. Candles, dude. Like, I had a friend who would leave candles burned until they got to that state. Pretty much, they can have some weird shapes in there. You can have a lot of abstract fun as an artist drawing that, and it gives a lot of mood, as you can see. Like, you got a big, huge ambiance lighting, and right in the darkness like that. Contrast is huge.
Also, like, what is this dream world she kind of appeared? Like, is this the Baelit offering her a choice of some sort?
No.
It's more that he's telling her his life story so that somebody remembers him after he sacrificed himself.
And she just happened to be around. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because he, Skull Knight hit him when he was trying to flee, and then he grabbed Luca and took him with him. And he's just like, yeah, I'm going to die. I'm like, I'm dying right now. Like, he's not going to live for much longer. So might as well tell someone my story. And now humanity's shit right now.
Yeah, he's more or less giving a recap of everything that he's seen in his little burrow in life, that of the cult, the peering faces, piles of bodies, as you can see.
Was he part of the...
brings up Nina, and he brings up Nina.
Which I will not show.
Yeah, Nina getting done from behind the front.
Well, she's like just...
We'll just say that it's a very penetrating page. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
It really touches Otter in his special place. Fuck, dude, I can't even speak.
Fuck Nina. Not Not literally, just figuratively.
Oh, Otter really wants to fuck Nina, you know?
Oh,
He's like,
Lord.
it's my turn. I already got the first thing, so might as well get the rest.
Come on, Mr. Head. I guess it's our turn now.
Yeah, and like what Christian was saying earlier, it's even more apparent the Griffith and the Hawk with that shot with the skin getting lit on fire. All right, continue.
All right.
Namely.
Next up, we cut back right to the fight between Guts and Mr. Babyface. And as you can tell, he's a little upset, just a little.
Yeah, he's even crying. Oh, bitch.
Yeah, what an absolute bitch.
Guts
Also, he cuts
getting
the
his
fucking
ass
dude's
kicked,
leg
and
off.
he's just like, you know what? I think it's starting to work.
Yeah,
Guys, I think it's starting to work.
Guts even cuts the fucking baby dude's leg off. Yeah. Guts is fucking them up, even though
They're putting up the best fight Guts has seen in a while. I'll say
So you can see here, I've been taking a lot more screenshots of each chapter just because each chapter has consistently like excellent artwork, like every other
like,
page.
look at that posing. Look at the way the lighting on his armor, the motion behind him because he's mostly still at this point. Dude, it's incredible, man.
He seems like a pro as well now. Like he talks very little during the fights now. He's just like very tactical. There's less emotion than when he was involved in the previous arc. You know, the whole Eclipse thing was very personal, but now it's like he's a pro. He's just taking these down one at a time, and this is like almost easy pickings for him.
I mean, he's been doing it for over 2 years now. He's somewhat used to
Truth be
it.
told, he's been married to a sword since he could walk.
This is a nice shot. Speaking of swords, this is a
Also,
really
yeah,
nice
that
shot.
perspective on Dragon Slayer is insane.
You got a straight head on, like he's pointing at you.
Not
Yeah,
figurative
looks-
you sitting at home naked on the internet, you.
Right at you.
And then Nina again is wondering why she has survived after being such a piece of shit consistently.
Pretty
listen,
much.
I'm changing my mind about Nina now. I'm tired of her. Get rid of
see?
somebody kill
Get
her.
rid of her. I don't
Listen,
want
I see what he's doing with Nina, but that's not gonna like make me not say I don't like this character. You know, I mean, I get what he's saying doing with Frederick and stuff.
Even a whore needs to become better and change. But not this one.
Not this one.
Dude, the feathers. I don't know why. Like, he could have just completely left the feathers out, like the floating free feathers, and it would have been fine. But with it,
Man.
it's better.
There's not like one detail on the feathers. They're just pure white.
I know, and that's the
ones
best
that are
part of it.
floating. Yeah. They're just so pure.
Yeah, they all look.
You only see shadows on the feather when they're in contrast with other feathers. Other than that, they're like pure
I
white.
did like this joke where Cedro's trying to get in there to fight, and he just hits the dude in his balls. The next page is Puck going, what was the clang? What was that?
I'm sure it was nothing.
Surely it's fine.
Surely it's fine. Absolutely fine.
Yes, and then Birdman's gonna take him on.
Birdman's like, he's mine.
Also, he's fucking using his feathers as little projectiles to shoot at Guts.
Yeah, they're like little
Yes.
darts. Little blades like on the Acolyte.
Don't ever mention that show ever again, Frederick.
Please, we don't need to know
Always-
any more about said show.
I think I had a stroke. It'll never happen again.
What?
I'm trying to watch Chris just pass out. I'm hoping it happens. He just falls back.
Kahuna, like, did you invite Bill Cosby over or something?
Oh my
Anyway,
lord.
here's some of my special barbecue sauce.
All right. Anyways, continue.
Hoopity doo.
He gets all fuzzy wuzzy.
Fuzzy
gonna-
wuzzy.
He's gonna have nightmares and wake up in the middle of the night. Griffith.
I like the bird. Looks like he just made a mistake. He's like, oh fuck, I missed.
No, that was his plan. Was to grab a hold of Guts' head, and then the other ones grab his arms and shit.
Oh yeah, he's gonna be an asshole, and he's gonna stab Griffith right in the eye to make him
That's the
remind him
one.
of the damn eclipse. Watch this shit.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Potato Costco, what's going on?
What's going on? Hey
See you
guys,
later,
you
Wrangler.
shouldn't be fighting. Oh, is Wrangler leaving?
Eh.
Have a good night, Wrangler.
Oh, good
Oh,
night,
peace
Wrangler.
out, brother. Thanks for
Yeah,
keeping
this
me away.
this egg apostle is pretty black pilled. You know, he's just saying
Yeah.
fuck this world.
He's like,
Sucks
I
ass.
will make another eclipse on my own. Watch me.
I'll make my own eclipse with.
I will be
black
the guard
colors.
hand.
He's just like every troll on Reddit.
Wait, Frederick, repeat that joke because I know where you were going with it.
I forget what I said.
I'm gonna make my own world with blackjack and hookers.
It's Bender all over again.
Oh my lord. Continuing on. Hey, there's Skull Knight again.
No,
He
it's
just
Skull
appears
Knight.
like a boss. He's like, I will protect her. He's a fucking simp. I figured it out.
Those spooky eyes, man, of the Behelit. Look at that. He looks like a Sith. Oh, look at the perspective shot on the Black Knight bottom right. That is such a fucking good angle. Hard to pull off.
Yep.
Very tough to pull off.
Superhero landing.
Yeah.
Just a casual superhero landing.
Yeah, the cape shows the movement really well.
Holy ground that the truth itself could change.
Now read this in your head with Optimus Prime. I'm telling you, it works so well for this for Skull Knight.
Autobots, roll out. And you too, Luca.
Among the stars. Although depending on what happens at this holy ground. That truth
Luca, has
itself
anyone
could
said that
change.
you're actually pretty hot?
Luca, your tits, like holy fuck. All the dead ones, nothing on you.
Motorboating for days.
You ain't the queen of the itty bitty titty committee. You're a reject.
Bro,
Her tits aren't that small. Jesus.
No, I said she was rejected from the itty bitty titty committee. Holy fuck.
Anyways, time to eat my skull nut and bounce.
This is,
All right.
this is not a request. This is an order. Open.
And they hear rumbling and shit, so they get the fuck out of here. Oh, and he eats the once again. He
This has
eats
happened,
another.
like, what, the
go
third
back.
time?
Yeah, go back. He eats the behelit of the apostle. Picks it up and chomps on
He's
it.
like,
I
A
wouldn't
curious
ask you to
little
eat my
mystery,
skull
isn't
nut
it?
if I wasn't willing to try it.
Yeah,
myself.
it's something you might find out in Deluxe Volume 9.
Gee whiz, gee whiz, Mr. Hat. Maybe we'll find out when I host that one.
Foreshadowing.
Well, I guess that's
Anyway.
a swing party for a different day.
God. Anyways, continue.
Continuing onward. Giant blob.
Can we make a D's nuts joke?
Oh, go
involving
back,
skull
go
nuts
back. Come
somehow?
on.
Fine.
Yeah, I wonder what's gonna be happening there.
It's huge. It's large and black.
You like that large and black, don't you, like Christian? You know, swing both ways.
How could you say that to me?
Pissed
Anyways,
off Optimus Prime, man.
continue.
You like things that are large and black and swing both ways, don't you?
Oh dear, where have we gone? Where are we headed?
My name is Optimus Prime. I swing both ways. Among the stars.
Damn.
Oh yeah, this is where he's threatening to fucking poke out his eye.
Cybertron takes great pride in wanting to swing both ways.
With that cyber cock.
The fuck is happening to the stream? Jesus. Okay.
Okay.
It's not
let's
just the
back up a
artwork, it's
little.
also this conversation. It's just spiraling downward.
And now back to our regular scheduled program.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Billy Bob, bring us back on
he's,
track.
like stabbing him in the
But
eye.
once
And he's
again-
like, I've done this before.
Look
You've
at the
done
hair.
this
of
before?
Costco. It's great. Everyone. The what?
Her flowing hair.
Like each panel is shown and it just looks fucking great.
Yeah, the second
every
panel
time the
where
hair
he's
comes
screaming
up, Billy just like,
costs.
I'm a nut.
Well, I mean his girl is getting like flown away again.
Griffith,
Again.
Griffith, wait, whoa.
It happens.
Whoa, wake up.
Yeah, they're
Guts is like-
I see the parallels again
Yeah.
with the.
They're
The
they're
eclipse.
just trying to ruin his day at this point.
Also, fucking Isidro jumps on the back of Father Moscas and
I
tries to hit him
know,
with the
and that
water.
like the baffling Father Moscas doesn't do anything about it. He completely ignores him.
Isidro has no
Yes.
fear, man. I'm telling you, this guy, he'll do anything to get his favor. I'm starting to question what type of favor he's trying so hard to get from.
Well, he wants
He'll
to
do
become the
anything
best
for
warrior.
post-nut clarity, alright?
Anyways, that's a child. Continue.
Continuing. After
Otter,
that
what did you
awkward
just
bit of
imply a
silence.
child was trying to do with Guts?
Now, if Guts was a female, this would be a completely different type of panel, you know?
Be a
Just
different
saying.
type of comic. Just
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
The shirt,
If you
the shirt
place
would
that
have
with
burst
Costa.
open for no reason.
Now they're wanting to commit him to death by the wheel.
Death
Wish they
by
hit
the
him with
wheel.
Next time he ends up fighting Griffith. Griffith was like, "I not only beat you in combat, but I curse you, Guts. You
Okay.
shall have tits."
I gotta mention something here about the art. Again, we're looking at the sound effects, especially the bottom kanji symbol at the center. Look how the details on the figure are more or grade more within the actual sound effect. Is it just me, or is the sound effect like subtly darker? There's more shading in the sound effect area.
I don't think it actually is. I think it just tricks you into thinking it is.
Yeah, it's not. It's just where the shadowing is on the darker parts of it, and it's just over it.
But it just he positions it on the body so well. It just flows with the action. It's pretty
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah.
I saw this old Hulk comic that kind of did the same thing.
Yeah, it's cool. It's hypnotizing. It's very beautiful art. Very.
Listen, this is why I kept saying it gets better and better each
Yeah.
one.
No, I mean you're not wrong.
This is right around when it gets to peak Berserk art right here. Like even just the moment-to-moment action panels just look incredible. Like that, for example.
What? No. Oh yeah, Guts getting slammed into a pole again.
You know, it happens. And,
Blood pouring out like a flood.
Oh yeah, I love
oh, yeah,
the
he,
panels.
I didn't since I was speed reading this part, I didn't catch that he actually used his cannon and blasted him right there.
Yeah. Can
Yes.
you go back once?
Yeah.
Yeah, like here you see he's shooting, and the wound is opening up on the other side. And okay, I was wondering if we could see the organs. Like,
That's the intestine for sure.
yeah, right. There's a bit of
Yeah.
intestine flowing out with the blood. It's kind of very gruesome and very detailed.
Right.
How would you even go about coloring this? Because the inks almost do too much work in these kind of panels.
You just make it all red because even the organs would be drenched in blood.
Right. I love he uses his the tactic he learned in this arc, which is shoot cannon, use the momentum to slice someone else in half.
Yeah.
That's what he does next.
It's a pretty solid strategy.
Yeah, he's comboing at this point.
And he on the
This is less Berserk and more Devil May Cry.
yeah, he does that, and then the little tiny one, he fucking uses the little tiny explosive bomb, blows his face off. I'll get to it, Otter. Go to the next
All
page.
right.
That shot's great. That's a great double page spread, by the way.
Oh yeah, for
Kind of
sure.
looks like Biden there on the left.
But he's not sniffing. What's her name? The little tiny girl. I forgot her. Erica. He's not sniffing Erica's hair, you know.
Is that Purell?
Oh God. But look at this, Frederick. This is a great double page spread.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have other panels there on the right at the top, but they're like,
Again,
even the
why?
panels are thrown like in disarray by the movement.
I feel like every couple of pages in a combat scene this volume, that there's a double page spread with guts, and it would be like, and each of these would be like the highlight,
Yeah.
of another volume.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the money shot.
All right, next page.
All right.
Where he explodes the bomb in that one apostle's face. Do you not have that page? Oh yeah, you do. Zoom in on it.
This
Where
one?
it's fucking, yeah, where the pseudo apostle's face is just in shreds.
There's just barely anything left of him at this point.
So great. And then I love how the fucking last one alive, he just tries catching guts on around the neck with the whatever. What is the weapon called, Frederick? It is an actual.
It's a weird weapon. It's very.
Which one?
The weapon that Bird Boy has.
Well, that's kind of like, yeah, it's like a neck brace with spikes, kind of like an Iron Maiden, like towards the inside.
It's not. I historically was actually used to capture people. It wasn't
Yeah.
actually a combat weapon.
It was used to capture lords and like the heirs and stuff on the battlefield for ransom. Now, I didn't really have the spikes and stuff on the real ones. I forgot what the weapon's called, but he just uses that, and Guts just immediately cuts his throat.
Yeah, Guts is not he doesn't fear the weapon. He's like, yeah, put it around my neck. It's just a distraction while I cut you open.
And with Guts' history, he might be like, "You think that's what it takes to get me going?"
Also, I do feel bad for this final. This is the actual pseudo apostle. I feel bad for him, like his backstory in the last one.
He
Yeah.
only did it out of a misfound loyalty because he was rejected by society. Yeah,
And like after he gets his throat cut, it's sad where he's putting his hands praying and he's kneeling and shit.
Yeah, almost
also Frederick, you mentioned earlier, like at this point, Guts' sword is mostly just a blur. But obviously, like he's into the fight a bit more. He's not quite as fast at this point, and now it's slowed down. You can actually see the sword again mid-swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, very smart, very subtle. Just a nice little detail. And even then, it's still mostly straight lines, but there's more of an outline there.
Really points out. Fuck Nina. Anyway.
Fuck Nina.
Fuck
This,
Nina.
this stream is entitled "Fuck Nina."
It should have been.
Didn't I tell you to put that in the description?
If you did, I forgot it.
Oh, bitch. Anyways, get back
And
to
she's on her
Luca.
fucking Spirit Quest side mission bullshit.
Yeah,
it's
Luca's in the
it's
middle
like
of her
an
own
old game
side
where
quest.
You find a secret route for the game when you step into a weird like hallway or something.
Yeah.
Now get to
I
the
mean-
double page spread.
Yep.
This is fucking great.
This is like SpaghettiOs.
Yes, and they're human corpses.
Yeah.
When your SpaghettiOs look back.
Like
This is
every time
great.
I see this, I think of FMA Brotherhood with Envy because of his monster form.
I
It's
can
always
see
the
that,
bodies.
yeah.
I'm like the mangaka, her name I can't remember. She definitely drew inspiration from Berserk. and it's at least it's very horrifying. Yeah.
Especially where they're in kind of like that other realm or whatever in her actual form. It's like, yeah, that's
Oh yeah,
you,
yeah. When they're
you
when
get
they're in
some
the
real Berserk
failed
vibes from that.
portal of truth, the stomach of gluttony.
Oh,
and it's just
yeah.
like an endless ocean of blood.
Kind of
like,
works
this is
on
straight Berserk.
multiple dimensions here because they're kind of like giant worms, like kind of like Doom, except they're they seem like they're soulless spirits or just like souls flying around, and at the same time
Well,
they're the background of
Real
bodies
quick,
piled
Anthony,
together.
Anthony,
Yeah.
popped in.
They also are saying stuff, by the way, in the torture scene we had before where they're saying God and everything and all this other shit and pain, hurt, cold.
Anthony, you're not wrong.
I mean,
Anyways,
pretty gay.
Anyways,
Yeah.
continuing onward.
Some more nightmare
A
shit.
face only a mother could love, and then some.
I mean, he's having a good time. You don't know what's behind that expression.
Maybe he's just horny.
Oh, Azan.
Yeah, he's cool.
We all like
You will
Azan.
see him later on in the series. He's not just a one-off character. You'll see him later on.
He's kind of got
See
a
you later,
goofy.
See you, Anthony.
See you, Anthony. Have a good night.
Good night, Anthony. Thanks for stopping by. Azan, he's a cool character. I think he's got a goofy nose. Like his nose is like particularly wide, but I like
incredibly wide.
I like his character. I like what he's made of.
Otter, did you not include the fucking what's going on in the camp? Where all hell is breaking loose with the spirits?
I haven't. It's just I don't think we've gotten to that part yet, actually. I don't think we've gotten
Well,
that
anyways,
to that chapter.
Yeah, they're bursting out of the fucking tower, conviction tower. Albion. And yep.
I mean, pretty self-explanatory.
You know, just
That
random
is
places.
spooky stuff, man.
This is what happens when you flush it down the toilet.
Continuing on.
Continuing onward with the nightmare fuel.
Yeah, this is like very
This is
creepy.
like partially like I'm getting Spirited Away vibes from that as well.
Oh yeah, and the whole tower is starting to collapse and shit.
Yeah, it's like Spirited Away if the spirit was like Exxon or something.
Oh my lord. Continuing onward. And
Oh, and
Farnese is
Serpico
having a
shows
little
up
bit
to
of
save. Yeah, Serpico shows up to save her. Gus just watched it happen.
I'm liking this Serpico character more and more.
Oh, and that's the image I've been waiting for. The hand.
Yeah,
that's
that's
so
yep.
sick, dude.
Yeah, he really builds up to this and milks it for all it's worth. The wings here are really beautifully drawn. Like I love the perspective on the wings. He looks like a real bird.
Also, Father Moscus is just letting him hang out up there.
Yeah.
Because he's been there for
Father
a while.
Moscus doesn't even care anymore about Isidro.
Listen, I love this panel. You got Father Moscus, Isidro on his head, and then you get Buck on Isidro's head.
That's right. Couple of layers.
So good.
Russian dolls over here.
But
The
yeah,
secret
clearly
genius
shit's
of
going
Mira.
down.
It's like,
We're right in the
man,
middle
look
of
at
the
that
box.
hand. There are 5 spots. Be a shame if that represented something in the story, right?
Yeah, I wonder if it has anything to do with a certain
Almost like a
eclipse of the
hand
sky
reaching
or
up towards
anything.
God.
By the way, the debris coming off this fucking tower in the drawing.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Yes.
you've got Kira level smoke coming up from the debris.
Oh man. Alright, next page.
All
We
right.
get more shots of this.
And I love how it changes perspective, and we're getting to see kind of like the divine, like high up shot, and now we're getting to see what it's like from below.
Huge
Man, it's
light.
almost like it's almost like each of those points there is missing something, right?
Sure, it has no symbolism or to the god
Also,
hand.
also on the lower part of the panel, the forbidden hole. Anyway, moving on.
It also feels like there's a bit of a parallel to like what is it the Gnostic saying as above so below. It's like the actual artwork is reflecting that too. It's showing you both sides of it.
No, you can feel his lack of his kind of atheistic intent pretty heavily in certain scenes. Even
It's only certain scenes too. It's not all through it, because it in one way it's like I feel like it's characterized well for the most part. Like the characters make sense. It's just where Mura's trying to hammer home the themes every here and there. It feels like he's kind of like conveniently cherry picking some facts. He's taking like the most extreme side of it and using it to try and make a point, and it doesn't really work all that well.
Like when we get later on with Guts, it doesn't like actually annoy me or bother me with Guts because it's consistent with this character from the very beginning of the series.
Yes.
With him.
I was just.
All right, here we go.
I love how we linger on the building. Like it's like 3-4 pages of
also
just
Nina here having
looking at the building.
Right, even the horrors that are staying outside the camp, while the shit's going on in the camp, they're also seeing the tower and the light shine on it from the moonlight. And then the spirits start possessing people.
Yes, then they're transformed. This is wild. Yeah.
Yeah, they literally start tearing through people.
So
Otter, did you not have the page where?
No, I did not have the one page. I know what you're talking about.
This shot shook me when I was reading. Like this is, I think, my second best part in the book, personally, because you're like, okay, this usually belongs on a person as a scar. Now it seems like the whole earth is being scarred and labeled as a sacrifice.
Well, remember,
keep in mind
the world is cracking.
The egg. Yeah, the egg of the perfect world specifically sacrificed this world for his wish.
Yep, and this is the manifestation of the mark.
But that should allow access for not just the evil creatures of imagining, but the good ones, like kind of like Puck as well, in theory.
No, not in this specific thing.
Love the shading here. Love the way the contrast at the top.
And then the cape and the whole thing, dude.
This is very Japanese.
So good.
Keep in mind, this is planning from the God Hand, not just astral in general, astral world. The God Hand specifically had this, and every 1,000 years, a God Hand member is allowed to walk on the actual world.
It feels like Griffin
Physical
skipped
world.
the freaking line. He's only been there for like, what? He's a freaking newbie hire. They're still pulling pranks at him at the water fountain.
Yeah, Father Moscus shows up. Oh yeah, Father Moscus can shoot fucking flames out of his mouth as well.
Yeah, he's basically a dragon by the end of this here.
Yes. And he starts burning the spirit blob thing.
And they actually start falling back, and you get this quite frankly hilarious image of Father Moscus.
He actually finally picks up a Cedro and fucking throws him off when they get there. And he's basically telling them, hey, we'll protect you, burn this fucking witch, everything will be fine. Do it.
Do it.
This is
It'll
the
all be
manifestation of God's power.
Now I'm gonna be nice to the peasants and stuff. To be fair, I mean they would think they're angels and stuff.
Yes.
Their wings are flying, you know?
They're seeing a hand reach it, literally reaching for the heavens. Yeah, they're. Plus, frankly, Guts looks more like a demon than some of them when he's in his fighting mode.
Also, no matter how you slice this, the people here were kind of fucked. Like, I mean, it was pretty much either side with Moscus or just die because Guts isn't looking out for them.
Well, they don't know Guts or anything, and the only thing they know is the Black Swordsman.
Right, and they don't have the combat experience or anything to fight their way out either.
Right, and they're either going to get murdered by possessed people or a blob that's going to turn them into skeletons. Yeah.
Yes.
So they're
And
at
keep
their
in
wits'
mind, they're
end. They're
also
just,
a sacrifice. So, yeah, it's not going to end well for them at all.
yeah, there's
I'm sure
nothing.
it'll be
There's
fine.
no
I'm sure
toilet
it'll
of
be fine.
souls that they're going to.
No. No swirling
Alright.
around at all.
Yep, he's basically saying put Casca to the torch, bitches.
And, well, yeah, I think the pressure's on.
Now, Christian, when you were getting to this part, do you think she was actually going to get burned?
At this point, I didn't think so. I was really, really hoping not. There was a
Alright, look-
surprise in the end of this book, but it's not the one that I was worried about.
Look at this shot, Frederick.
Yep, it shows you a lot of the scale. Just the
Well,
scale
look
of
at the
the.
expressions of the people too. They're not the. It's not a copy paste situation. They're all different, like different levels of, like antagonism and reluctance or fear or anger. Or...
And look at the horizon. Like it seems like the blob is kind of melting, and you can't tell where the blob starts and the clouds begin.
I know the blob is nutting. It's like, oh.
And you get blobbing all over the place.
Listen, he wants him to erect a pillar, you know.
Again,
Emphasis
with
on
the penis
erect.
imagery. A lot of erections
Any-
on this stream. What?
Anyways. And Casca's kind of being brought up to the pyre as well.
Costco's
Guts.
like, wait, this is a familiar feeling. Please stop.
Yeah, please don't let this be a repeat. And we're starting to see these actual masses of blob-like souls kind of like coming out of the ground. And I
Oh,
absolutely love the
hold on,
artwork.
They're specifically using the 4 members of that he just killed around him, like the bird dude, the one that Frederick really likes, the baby face one, the little tiny one in the background, as their imitation of the God Hand, not the real ones.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Next page, Otter.
Yeah,
I
this is
love how-
wild.
I love how abstract it gets here.
I
Like-
know, and it's just
Yeah.
it seems like it's specifically made to F with Guts.
Yeah, the emotion that Guts has in this panel is so intense.
Well, okay, so Christian, keep in mind, like they're not fucking with Guts. It's just it's
just
an
happens
imitation
to
of the
fuck with
eclipse. So they're just having them as placeholders, and of course,
Reality is
in the
quite literally
eclipse-
breaking down.
yeah, in the eclipse, Griffith was being reborn, you know, as a God Hand member. And this one, he'll be being reborn into the world, still as a God Hand member, but
Yes.
more unique.
I
Fair.
absolutely
Why?
love
Yeah, it
this
seems like he got
thread.
to skip the line a bit. Why wasn't it one of the other God Hand?
Well, he has a plan. They all have a plan. Causality. Also, because Griffith's the main character, so or the main villain of this series.
Everybody simps over Griffith.
It's a parasocial relationship.
Yes.
There we
They
get
all
to
love
see
him.
That
He
is
doesn't
one
love them.
way to call it. Dude, we said that in fucking
Christian. How did you get in the drawing?
What?
How'd you get in there?
Oh, fuck off. Which one?
Oh, I'm sorry. That was Conrad. My mistake.
Conrad?
Yeah, you got Conrad, Cubic. What is his name, Otter? How do you say it?
Conrad, Ubik, Slan, and then Void.
Yeah, I know those. I'm just saying Ubik. Here's
Yeah,
the name.
it's Ubik.
All right, continue. Guts
All
immediately
right.
goes crazy and starts attacking these things.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
by
ends
the
up
way-
going, let's just say, Berserk.
Oh no, go back to that one. Go back. I think this is one of the first pages where he starts drawing that certain eye type, Otter, which will become more and more used later on.
You mean this?
Yep.
We've already seen
Matter of
bits of
fact-
it already.
Yeah, but you saw it with the Beast of Darkness.
Yes. And we will definitely see more of it as the chapters end up going on.
Yes. Look, and he's upset because no, go back, bitch. He's upset because his Rady boy, his Rady boy isn't there, and that these aren't like the real Godhand. He's like, "Where's Rady boy?"
F's in the chat for Sir Rady Boy.
Can you imagine the PTSD flashback he's having right now?
Oh, he's having a bad time. Yeah.
Well, he can't get to Casca. His Rady boy hasn't shown up, so he can murder him. That's
He has a
not going
bunch
well
of
right now.
demon
Yeah.
semen recreated the God Hand right before his eyes.
Anyways, continue.
All right. We get some, quite frankly, surreal-looking gore and action going on here. All the while, they're trying to put Casca here at the stake.
Very Joan of Arc.
Yeah, the imagery is pretty evocative.
Indeed. And I also just love this page.
Yeah, that's kind of good shot. It's the inking work at this point. It's not just the because it's not necessarily the point of view that's interesting. There's nothing outstanding about the composition. It's the work and the detail and the inking work between all the textures on the page really function well together.
Yeah, at this point, I'm just pointing out every other page just because the inking is that strong.
Yeah.
Anyways, continuing onward.
Potato Casca's confused.
Just
Look
a
at
little
that-
bit confused.
Look at that hair, Billy Bob.
Yeah, the hair is good. At this point, well, even before, it's still really solid. Looks great. It doesn't look like SpaghettiOs like that fucking Yaira one was. Or tapeworms. Actually looks like hair and how it flows. Continuing.
Casca looks good in the shot.
Guts is trying to fight his way to her. He doesn't want the same outcome as the fucking eclipse.
Yeah, he doesn't want this.
Now this is cool. I love. Look, this is this is a great composition. The slanted view, and it's really very slanted. This is like 45 degrees. And love
It's
that panel on the right. It's they look tortured and scared and just desperate. Look at that desperate look in their eyes.
I mean, if you were in a situation like they were, I think most people could relate to where they are right now.
Yeah, I mean, all hell's breaking loose, and they're like, "This bitch is a witch." Burner.
Yeah.
Angel Man said, "Burner." We're gonna do it, guys.
It's like we're all gonna die anyway. So I mean, like, what's one life?
Continue.
Yeah, and we're getting to see more of Skull Knight actually coming across Nosferatu Zod.
Oh, this is a good matchup. I love this shot.
Yeah, this is the fight I've been waiting for the entire time.
Oh, and before this, Luca, Skull Knight's like, "Hey, don't go. Stay away from that tower." And Luca's like, "No, I gotta go there. Gotta help out with their friends. Being a badass." And then Skull Knight's like, "All right, I got my own shit to do with." And we get Zod, which his belt looks fucking great, by the way.
It really does. I mean,
yeah. This reminds me of old Tim Bradstreet drawings. I don't know if you know the guy. He used to do a lot of art for the Vampire the Masquerade covers. It looks almost photographic.
It's great.
Yeah, it makes me wonder how often Mura is putting out chapters at this point with artwork as detailed as this.
So I think it was after somewhere in Conviction is when it stopped. I think started having more hiatuses and shit. I'm trying to remember exactly when it stopped being every 2 weeks, which is what the original release schedule was.
And
Oh yeah, and there's
Is it because he-
obviously there's a very obvious member missing here, and that was just filling me with dread first time I read through it.
What'd you say, Christian?
Oh, there's one obvious guy missing here from this little picture.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little obvious.
Just back to the hiatus, Billy Bob. Is it because he put so much time in the art that it took longer, or did he have like other issues that slowed the book down? Do you know?
No, he just a perfectionist, where
Okay.
he was putting
I mean,
way
it's-
more
It's
and
a
more.
fucking good
Like,
reason.
here's the thing. Yeah, here's the thing with Mira. He done like 80% of the actual work on the manga. Like, usually it's more split between with the assistants. Mira done a shit ton of it himself. Like, there's what was it? Him and his assistants had a joke where he finally allowed them to start drawing the floors.
I mean, you can tell this is a work of art. It's not just your, run of the muck story they're pushing out because it's selling copies. He's putting his everything in there.
Right. He's constantly looking to improve.
At
And-
this point, it is straight up becoming high art.
Yeah, like, here's the thing. Millennium Falcon, I've shown you pictures of Millennium Falcon from later on, Frederick, and I think it's great. Like, his detail and everything's great. I still think Conviction, in my opinion, I think artistically what he's doing is better and superior. I think it looks better.
Yeah. I can see it.
Oh yeah, the little tiny Guts's and Casca's baby who got fucking shot with a fireball by Mozgus and the blob thing from earlier.
Rough life.
Yeah, the egg of the perfect world is like, oh, poor baby. Well, we can die together. I'll let you in my body.
So he's eating him, right? Like he's just swallowing him, or is this a magic kind of operation where he's not dead?
It's
I think it's
causality.
more like he's just swallowing him.
He's
But
just swallowing him and leaving him in his body while he's birthing the new world.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, the God hand work in causality, the egg of the apostle doesn't know that this is going to be Griffith's fused body to come into the real world. But he's just being nice and being like, we both had a shit life. Let's die together.
Well, yeah, he looks like a nice guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's having the time of his life. He's having
Well-
fun.
Poor baby's fucked up.
Poor
Literally,
baby.
Yeah.
And then begins the process of the new world in Griffith.
Yep. And
I
so
love
in
these
volume
covers, man.
20. Yeah, these covers are freaking amazing.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're missing out a little bit with these beautiful deluxe volumes, but at least the artwork's in there.
Well, I mean, you still get them in the back of the book.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you know what it's like when it's a cover, and that's what you see when you lay it out in front of you. That's kind of it's beautiful. Yeah, love the title. Like the letters on the title. It's got this Japanese look to it.
So I wanted to ask everyone, what are your overall thoughts with volume 20? How do you all think it kind of stacks up to volume 19 and what we're just about to get into? Because in my personal opinion, like I think the artwork hits a new level of quality. Like we are getting some of the all-time greatest Berserk panels here.
Yeah.
A lot of what's happening, the pacing can be a little slow at points where it's so much mid fighting.
Yeah, but it's not slow boring. It's slow
Right.
build up.
Right. It's still good, like it's still like good action pacing, even though it's not going incredibly fast or anything.
It's not fast, but you can tell that these are big I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time speaking. I'll be quiet. Make sure I don't wake Kahuna up. But yeah, it feels like these are all the biggest pieces of the puzzle that are coming together in this moment. It's a huge build up to what's about to be a climax.
You get criticized either way. I tried both ways.
Nope, he's completely passed out now. All right, continue.
All right.
So he passed out at which moment exactly? What kind of dreams is he going to have if we're to judge
Well,
the last image he saw?
what was the last image? Otter, go back.
Last image was
A fucking deformed baby.
There you go. See, that's
Didn't
where
he
he,
find-
that's what he's dreaming of right now.
Give me that and Father Muscus. All right, continue.
happy memories.
Sweet.
Continuing onward, straight up into pretty much the climax of everything that's been happening so far. So
The baby
Casca's
will-
Hey, he's back.
he's back.
Oh, go back,
Oh.
go back, go back, go back.
All right,
That looks great.
it really does.
Oh yeah, that's
Also,
a nice.
even Potato Costco is noticing something's not right, and also she's kind of getting like imagery of the eclipse of like them
Yeah.
kind of being like apostles and monsters.
Is it just me, or do
In
I
the next
get
page.
a feeling that she's kind of waking up at this stage? Or like the
You
first
want
glimpses,
to
like the
think
first
so,
sparks.
But I don't know if she's ever coming back. Not like she was.
Is it just wishful
I wish
thinking
she
on my
would.
part?
Yeah.
Also,
'cause
Kahuna, I
want to-
think your mic is very low right now.
That better.
Yeah, that's better.
What are we saying, Christian?
Oh, yeah, I think, Frederick, you and I are thinking the same thing. I think it's wishful thinking. I mean, I've been told
I will
the show
I
gets-
will neither
the book gets
confirm
better.
nor deny anything.
Well, all those homosexual allegations are going to go to waste then.
Sorry.
Hold up. Let's play that clip one more time.
Oh my goodness.
Because I don't think you're beating your allegations, Christian.
You get criticized either way. I tried both ways. Beat it with both hands. Son of a bitch.
All right, next page.
Trying both ways is a mighty risky business.
Ooh.
Bro, I just woke up out of a nearly dead sleep. And I was able
By
to-
the way, here's your.
I am
eclipse
wide
flash.
awake now.
Also,
Here's
her
your
clothes are
eclipse
there in a panel or two. What the hell is this? Was this her just imagining?
Yeah, it's her seeing the people, and it's giving flashbacks to the apostles killing
Her
the Band of
friends.
the Hawk.
Yeah, that's pretty
Plus
much
Costco booty.
Oh, dude, look at that face.
Well, it's like it is Potato Casca, but at the same time, she's clearly like having a reaction to
Yeah,
what's going
she's
on.
seeing what's in front of her now.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah. And for
So-
me, this is like Berserk artwork at its finest. Whenever, I don't know, it's like whenever you have peak Berserk faces, you can read so much through it. This is one of them.
Not to just minimize everything about the art, but like the panel layouts are more interesting in this deluxe volume. I feel like he's having a lot more fun with the panel layouts.
Oh,
than-
100% he is, yeah.
Yeah, and there's also not just like 11 or 12 panels each page or anything like that.
No, I've been thinking a lot about that. The number of paneling lately because of deluxe, because of Berserk, and comparing what we're seeing in the indie movement with American comics, which can tend to go up to 8, 9 easily, and sometimes up to 11.
You know what's worse than that?
Yeah, and I think
Are
that's
those
one of the
American
biggest
panels
mistakes you can make getting into comics is just
Christian.
overdoing it with panels.
Are we
Yeah.
able to up your audio?
Maybe.
Because you were trying to talk and we just couldn't. No one could hear you.
Oh, yeah. No, what's worse in American comics is when they have an entire freaking page full of text. And it's all just bullshit, too. It's not even good dialogue.
Right. And there's the fucking motorcycles, Otter, for you in your background.
Yep.
That's-
This otter is dodging traffic as we speak.
So I'd love this. Isidro and them are getting together to save Casca, and this is kind of important for the next arc with Guts as a character, where he's gonna have to start relying on other people to help him.
Yeah,
I
it's
do like the
it-
image of him just stalwartly walking towards death. I
Yeah,
do-
Guts
I do
doesn't
like-
give a shit. Zero fucks, man.
he's been through much worse at this point.
He's like taking care of business.
And I
And
love
then
how
Isidro
there's
being
just
a boss here. I love
Yeah.
Isidro after this volume.
I love how we get a bit of a recap for what Skull Knight told Guts earlier on, right before he made it to the Tower of Conviction, there may be differences in how the this imitation of the eclipse plays out. We immediately see the result.
Oh, but by the way, I want to mention this. We end this chapter with dialogue, and we begin the next chapter with the rest of the dialogue.
Yeah, it's clever.
Look, they're all raising their hand up to the sky.
Up to the sky.
Oh boy.
Father Mosco's having a very reasoned, well leveled out reaction.
I never noticed this before, but look at his pupils. They are square too.
Oh,
Damn, I was looking at the nose, but you're right, man. His cheeks are
That's
square.
that's
his eyes are
incredible.
square, and his
Otter.
pupils are square.
I mentioned this earlier that like everything on his design is angular and stuff. Like
I know
everything.
that, but I didn't think it would apply to his pupils.
Yeah, you usually don't apply design on
Well,
pupils.
guys, it hasn't. I've seen his pupils before. They were round up until this point, and now they're square.
No. They were square when he first turns into a pseudo apostle.
Fuck off. Oh, maybe. Okay, yeah, maybe
Yeah.
they were then, but not before that.
And like I said, like even the way his face crinks up is all angular.
He looks
Look
like
at
some
it.
sort of like statue, like Eastern Island head or something.
And I don't think it's in this, but when you see his hands are like fucking square.
And he's
Or
got
his
a
fingers
good,
and stuff.
he merges the square shape on the nose, but doesn't hesitate to give it all that squinting, like the lines contract of the muscles contracting on the nose. It's like
Yeah,
very
but look
well
how
done.
sharp the lines are.
Yeah, it's
It's not
very well
rounding out.
done. He's
Yeah.
he's melding the organic and making him absolutely geometric at the same time.
Yeah,
Yes.
His
Next
teeth
page, Art.
don't end square though. His teeth look kind of like damaged at the end.
Well, hold up. When he's opening his mouth, he's doing that little tiny effect to show
Yeah.
motion.
Yeah.
Also, fucking what was it? This page and the next page, you
Oh,
just see
dude,
Father Mozga's about to get him, and then in the background you just see blood spurts.
So
Guts fucking.
this is Guts' blade, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't catch because I was speed reading. I didn't see it was actually his blade. That's so good, dude.
Yep, that's
so
him cutting
good.
through the blood. By the way, I also love how his hair after this is just slicked back with all the fucking blood
Yeah.
and stuff.
I mean, that'll happen, Tends to happen
Yeah, but
whenever
some
you're
artists
just
won't
fighting
really
with
do
blood.
that. You know that? Some artists
Well,
won't.
Miura, as much as Miura can, he spares no details. Like, he doesn't spare any detail whatsoever. Like, he's got to include as much as he can, while also
But he-
keeping it as a good image.
Oh yeah, speaking of details, I forgot to mention this one earlier. But earlier in the volume, that girl. When Guts shows up, Puck went over and healed that girl, and she's like,
Oh,
"Oh,
yeah.
it don't hurt anymore." Yeah.
Yeah, he shook his ass on her finger, Nina's finger.
Wow.
And healed it.
Clip that.
Yes. Anyways,
Flipped.
bestial priest. You'll understand why in a bit.
Anyways,
Oh, dude.
Oh, this is what Griffith wanted Guts to do in the Golden Age: stick his big sword in him. You know.
I love how this review of Deluxe Volume 7 has just steadily become us just admiring each
Yeah,
panel.
yeah. It's no longer a review. It's just us making inappropriate jokes.
This is no
me
longer a
falling
review, ladies
asleep,
and gentlemen.
then-
This is just us admiring the artwork.
Yeah,
This is
we're
this
simping
is the
for Berserk.
Black Swordsman right here. Look how dark he looks over this priest's body.
Yes.
Why can't
Next
our
page.
language look so freaking cool as sound effects?
Oh,
I
and
understand
you
why.
know-
I understand why Renee invented her own now.
Yeah, this is He
Yeah,
didn't
this
notice the egg of the perfect world. He doesn't know what the fuck it was. But he saw his baby and it's
Yeah,
stomach.
why does it have his baby? It's freaking me. I don't like it.
I mean, he
It's
must
a
recognize that
little
it's an
cringe.
egg because he's seen those eggs before.
Right,
He's
but
never-
it's like at a split second while he was like barreling down towards Father Mazka's.
Oh, I see.
He's like, I don't know what this is. But anyways, time to kill the priest.
I don't know what this is, and I don't want to know what this is.
Anyway, try to unalive some priests.
Anyways,
Yeah, look at the slick back of the hair from the blood and shit. That
Billy
looks
Bob's
great.
been pretty gay for the hair this episode.
Oh yeah, that's a
Well,
good
you know,
shot.
Christian, if you really fuck up hair in a comic, it's pretty noticeable.
Yeah.
You do a
that's
really
true.
good
Yeah.
job. You have to point it out.
Yeah,
have to.
it's- You can put too much detail. You can put not enough detail. You could put the wrong detail. It's yeah. I love the
how it
shot
is.
on the neck, the blood coming down on the neck and the suit.
Also the steam.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Is he on fire or what's coming?
No, that's just
No.
the blood evaporating.
No, but the white off of his suit at the bottom right.
Yeah, it's the blood.
It's the blood.
steaming off. Yeah, it's
Wow.
just steaming off of him.
Whew.
even so, it's an
Because remember, the
incredible
blood
effect.
kind of melts, tries to melt shit.
Yeah. Yeah, the art is incredible.
And I love that this joke is just kind of interspersed throughout in this very dark moment. We just get Isidro flipping off the pseudo apostles.
But potato, we have Puck just flying away and trying to fight back with Isidro. Isidro's flipping him off. Potato Casca just wondering what it's all really about.
You see, we've got Chestnut, we've got Potato, and we have Monkey.
We have Monkey Cedro.
Yeah.
Every woman refers to him as a
I love
monkey.
the joke later on when we get to it with Puck. But yeah, Guts turns back around and gets punched by a fucking stone fist wing.
He's fine, trust me, guys.
Yeah. Dude, look at him. Look at that. How absurd is that?
It's absurd, but it's drawn so well, you just kind of go with it.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh.
superhero logic, like 100%.
Oh, and when Farnese and Serpico are with Jerome and Nina, Jerome's like, talking about, when they get away, they'll run because he still thinks Farnese and them give a shit about heretics. And Isidro is just yelling out, hey, get over here.
Swift is heaven's vengeance.
In the name of heaven, I shall deliver punishment unto thee.
Yeah, and his
we get
Bible
our,
is in his
tattered
shit.
Bible.
Something happened to his Bible. It must be a King James version.
Also, Farnese is like, that's not angelic. Bestial.
I like how
Something's not right.
now she figures it out.
See, the more I look at Farnese now, the more I think back at Stormcrow's comment earlier. I think there's something to this, like, frightened state that is also an arousal state with Farnese.
Well, yeah.
This
because,
one,
no,
not
it's
gonna
like
say
psychologically in humans. It's not like even if you look down to like the brainwave level, fear and arousal are not that far apart.
Yeah, but
Again,
I don't
it-
think that's what he's trying to come across with these panels with her in this.
Come across these panels.
I think... Giggity.
Come again?
I think it doesn't help that it's already established that Farnese is, at the very least, a sadist, if not a little bit of a masochist as well. So it's kind of easy to
Definitely
mistake
a masochist.
her. It's kind of easy to mistake the panels where she's aroused with the ones where she's just plain old frightened.
But I think when you see later on, it's pure like, holy shit, this is nightmarish. Oh yeah, he actually
love this.
cries blood tears. For
It's
his
so
comrades.
it's stupid, but I love it at the same time. It's so on the nose, but I don't care. I'm just having fun with this.
I mean, you got to go all the way if you're
Yes.
if you're doing this kind of shit. You got to go all the way.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
for-
he's like he's pretty close to a normal apostle like level as a pseudo apostle.
For me,
Very
there's
overpowered.
only one part of this entire arc that actually irks me a little bit is whenever they are later fighting off some of these like blobs, and Farnese is kind of shaken, and Gut says, "Don't pray." That's the one bit where I'm just like, that feels like edgy atheism, just kind of like bubbling up
Yeah,
to
but
the
it makes
surface.
sense for Guts. I'm sorry,
It
but it
does.
actually does make sense to be like, hey, stop praying, use the fucking torch.
It makes sense for Farnese as well because that's kind of been her
Yeah, but
instinct.
there's a pattern here, and I agree with Otter. Like, there's an overlying pattern where you do feel the author's bias on that.
Yeah, I'm
end.
not disagreeing with that.
Yeah.
It's more just the depiction, and you see this a lot in atheist media where it's like anybody who's pious or religious has to be like a bumbling idiot. It's like
Or they
any
have
kind
to
of
be
like
secretly
adversity.
a
They're
maniacal asshole, like who is secretly like the biggest pervert of all time.
Yeah.
Or it's like, think about any cop show or any show with investigation or fighting crime, and it's like, oh hey guys, wouldn't it be weird if we had a whole season dedicated to a Christian, non-Christian like cult where they trick all their members and then we reveal them to be pieces of shit later on? Yeah, wouldn't that be weird? It's never been done before. What if we did it?
Oh boy. On the next page, we get some more fist fighting.
Anyway, he's turned into an armadillo Pokemon.
Yes.
Yeah, it really does feel like, but I like that. I like the cheese of it feeling like a Dragon Ball Z battle. Like,
Yeah,
it feels like a video game epic battle, but that's what I like. Like, it's cool.
It feels
That's
like
what
an
we're here
Elden
for.
Ring set boss, like a second, like it's the second phase.
Yes, in the best
really
way
does.
possible. Yeah, yeah.
Now-
And that's what you're here for.
Does it make sense for him to say God Flame and God Thousand Punch Fist?
No, I see. That's
It's
where I
so
think
cheesy, but
too
I don't
much.
care at the same time.
I thought it was too much, so a little bit too much.
I mean,
I'll be straight up. I don't like the second half of this particular fight very much. It's well drawn, but it's a lot.
it's too much on the nose, I think.
Right.
God, Thousand Fist Cannon.
Yeah, this is probably one of the weakest in the whole book, and because the book's not weak at all. But it's one of my least favorites, especially compared to 2 or 3 panels ago. We saw something absolutely wild.
Yeah,
So it's
like, I just don't like that he's saying, like, he's giving the moves names. To me, you just need to replace it saying "feel God's wrath" and shit is what the dialogue should have been.
activate Thousand Fist Cannon Punch.
It's like he had the basic idea down and he got sick, and he's like, all right, someone else, can you like just finish up the dialogue in this scene for me?
I don't
and they're
have
like a big shonen fan or something.
I mean,
Yeah.
it feels
God,
like
Thousand
parts of
Fist
this
Cannon!
parts of this fight feel more like a Naruto fight than they do a Berserk fight. This is kind of like where it crosses that line.
And I think it feels particularly weak because I don't mind the concept. I just think it's a bad composition compared to what we're used to.
Yeah,
I think
like
the villain.
it's even well drawn. It's just the composition is lazy. The words
Yeah.
are weird. It's
The
easily the
villain
weakest
is
panel
not-
I've seen so far.
Yeah, the villain. I don't think the villain or Guts is like looks flattering in this composition. But hey, it's like 1 out of fucking 700 pages. So good on you, man.
Every masterpiece is going to have a few blemishes.
Yeah.
Oh, I do have one little complaint with this. We don't actually. Guts uses his blade to block the fucking flames, but it hits the other ones, but I don't really know how. Like, how was he blocking it directly into the other, the other bird people?
No idea.
Not entirely sure.
It's the one that when I done my reread, and I was like, oh.
I do love the fire effects here, though.
Oh yeah, Guts also notices that the Bible actually has his flesh and stuff, so it can actually hit him.
I love that shot.
Yeah, the blade in the mouth. That's another suggestive image. It's true, right?
I forget who it was that said it. I don't know if it was like one of Mira's assistants or if it was like someone else who was commenting on the story of Berserk. He was going like the full-on Freudian angle where he was saying that all the monsters are a vagina and Guts' sword is a penis. I'm like, well, that's one way to interpret it.
He said
Well, there's a scene later on in the next arc.
Now, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of phallic imagery and there's a lot of parallels, but I'm not sure if it's that obvious.
Otter. There's a scene later on in the next arc that is very on the nose with the Dragon Slayer.
Yes.
I mean, we've already had that with Farnese when she was possessed.
Farnese and her,
edging.
Edging.
I hate that works so well. You know it's true. I won't let you touch. Oh, I forgot. I didn't read that it said that woman. I thought he just was like so big. Like, I won't let you touch woman ever again.
It's really an
I won't let
interesting.
you touch woman ever again.
He's really
Where's your cock?
given Casca this kind of like almost like a second virginity by making her mute. Like she's almost got this virginal quality, which
No, she does for sure. Yeah.
In this,
it's a
victimhood
regained.
state.
It's an innocence gained through pain.
Yeah.
And now, like, she and Guts seem so different now, because before they were kind of cut from a similar cloth, and now it seems like they're almost two entirely different creatures. Like, he is the harshest element of life, and she is one of the most innocent.
Well, she's always been fighting to prove herself as almost like in a man's role, in a man's world, and trying to prove herself to Griffith as well. So now she's in full victim mode. She's like, very passive.
Yeah.
Is it the next chapter where fucking Nina falls off the wall?
I think so. Yeah.
I wanted her to die.
I think we all wanted Nina to not make it.
I knew she would based on what you guys have said before, and I was still upset when it happened.
Well, I mean, it's another running thing with the people that you want to die don't die, like the Rosine, or not Rosine, but Jill's father doesn't die and lost children. First part of Conviction. So it's great. Next page, next chapter.
We get a lot of
So you're like, this is horrifying. It's scary.
Now superhero fight.
And then superhero fight.
Dude.
But I love this. They're all like, people are screaming and are supporting like Father Moscas, who's clearly not fucking like angelic now.
Right. It's just their like, it's basically barbaric desperation overriding any reason.
This is like the point of view of a Mortal Kombat game. This is a video game stream.
Yeah.
Like all that's missing is the health bars at the top.
Maybe he took a break and was like, I'm gonna play some games, and he played like
I'm
Mortal
not-
Kombat and a couple others.
Yeah, I'm not knocking this, by the way. I think it's a great shot that works perfectly. It works really well. It just happens.
I don't like his second phase design. For Father
Well,
Magus.
I like that there is a second phase. I like that he does change.
I don't like the design though.
Yeah.
I think it's the wing fists or whatever. I think that's where it kind of overdoes it. I mean, in one way it's fun, but in another way it just does not look near as good as like the other apostle or pseudo apostle designs.
He looks almost psychedelic because everything is built up on scales. Like his armor is all, it seems like just a series of scales building up to his wings and everything.
He also has the stance of a toddler.
His scales have scales.
And the scales look like feathers. Kind of.
Yes.
Next page.
And
I love
yeah,
how
we
Guts
we-
Guts is playing like getting beat up just so he can shove the fucking bombs in his chest where the Bible is.
pretty much. Can you not hear them? The voices of supplication.
Now,
Meanwhile,
see, I actually like that because now the wings look like his hands. It
Yeah.
looks like he's- that's pretty cool.
It's a cool shot, man. It's like you see Guts on his knees, you see the big winged man like he's got smoke coming out around his feet and everything.
and you're also seeing how well Mura is able to draw in these like very busy panels, but there's just enough like white space in there so it's like it guides your eye naturally.
Yep. You never get lost reading a page of Berserk.
Right.
Yeah, like I have noticed. I think it's maybe because of their training, but a lot of mangaka are pretty good at that.
Yeah.
Well, it seems like a lot of Western comics have kind of forgotten about like panel layout and how to move the eye across the page. Like even one as simple as Haikyuu, which is just about like boys volleyball. Very good sports manga. But like you're never fucking lost, and the panel layout is just so freaking creative and good. Like you always know what's going on.
And you can read it really quickly. Like
Yes.
your mind understands the scene really fast. That if you miss out on the details if you go quickly, but it's easy to read and you can move it as a really fast pace.
Yeah, you get the gist.
Let's put it this way: with a lot of Western comics, it will take me probably half a minute or probably a minute to go through a single page, whereas a manga, I can just flip through it and get the gist of it very easily. It's like
depends
it's a
on the
lot
text.
more.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier for me to just like appreciate the artwork, just kind of like go with the actual flow and pacing of the story. Usually, there's a lot less text bubbles too. It's another thing I usually notice.
Also, where do you guys get the what playlist did you guys get for the music here? It's been really good the entire stream.
Ask Billy Bob.
Yeah, Billy, you'll have to tell me later, but yeah, it's
A
like
bunch of video game soundtracks.
Oh, and they're not copyright?
They're copyright, but they don't strike.
Oh, because people play games.
Yeah, they don't strike.
Yeah.
That's clever. I mean, they could still come after you, I guess, but it's not an automatic thing, which is
Yeah, they don't.
Well, these videos aren't monetized either.
Well, even you can still have it monetized with video game soundtracks. Vast majority of them never get copyright strike or anything.
Another way I'd phrase it, Otter, is that these videos are priceless.
Yes.
Yes.
They're priceless, nor do I want a price on them.
I don't want to see the receipt. I don't want to see the receipt for this video.
Puts bombs in his chest, boy.
Yep. Ends up putting a bomb in his chest, and then some really amazing after images there.
He almost looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon in that previous shot.
Yeah.
He does, actually.
Love that back shot.
And I love how the flames are kind of like leaking out of his mouth and chest.
Oh,
as
dude,
soon
we're
as he
seeing the
stabs through.
clouds reflected on the angles of his blade. Way to go.
That's sick, dude.
Really sick.
Guts just picks him up and throws his ass.
Yep.
Because his whole thing was going to try to take Guts out at the same time.
And I love this spread here.
Oh, man. This. I'm ashamed of what I do now. It's so good.
Otter just likes the feed.
Fuck you, Christian.
This is so good for so many reasons.
Swing
man.
both ways.
Yeah, he swung him all the way over his head. Yeah.
It's so freaking
Next page.
good.
Next page where you get to see all the peasants, the horror in their faces.
Yep. I love how you have this sort of like divine, like this feeling of like fallen divinity, followed immediately by horror.
Oh, go back.
Dude, that shot's so good though.
the feathers all fucking flowing down
Yeah,
around them.
yeah.
Also, I think
Mother, the angel died.
A great sense of continuity, like the feathers floating down slowly.
I don't know why, but at a glance, every face on this panel looked a little bit like Nicolas Cage to me when I first read this. I think it's something crazy in the eyes a little bit, but
Yeah.
it was a momentary thing. But
I would talk about it with your doctor if I were you. Let's see a Nicholas eye specialist.
Yeah, I see Nicolas Cage in everything. Is that weird, Doctor?
oh, bro, I found the ultimate attachments, like a web browser attachment. What you do is you go to your buddy's computer. I wish I didn't remember the name, and you can make it so whenever they look up something, every like third or fourth image on any website would be a random picture of Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that's funny.
It is really
Next
funny.
page.
Next page.
And yeah, it ends happily for everyone. It's a happily ever after.
Look how, dude,
Yes,
it's so good. Like honestly, some of these background character, like kind of shadow monstrosities, not every panel with them has been exemplary, but this is like next level, dude.
Oh, by the way,
these
that one
next
on the right.
few pages are going to be all double page spreads, and they are all incredible.
Hey, so the one on the top right, by the way, I'm just noticing it. What was his name? Chatter from Hellraiser?
Yeah.
Why am I imagining the artist drawing this with a heavy metal t-shirt on?
There are a lot of images in Berserk that could be put on a heavy metal t-shirt.
I bet he was listening to a lot of heavy metal while he was doing this.
Next page. Oh, we skipped over the one part. So Nina falls off the fucking thing.
Oh yeah,
Because she ends up
survives.
trying to flee, and she falls into a work thing, whatever the fuck it is, wood thing. She does survive. There's also the best part of the joke with Puck. They took down the other two bird dudes, but before that, Puck is like, I know how to get them steel, so you can hit them with a rock. And both Jerome and Cedro are like, not really doubting him, so Puck just tries to walk away.
So this is an amazing detail here. Look at where their hair should be. That's where it's actually being merged in with the flesh, so it looks seamless.
Yeah. And the grabbing of the face in the middle there of him trying to get past his buddy.
Yep.
It's like the whole crabs pulling down their brethren when they're in a crab cage kind of thing.
You could see the panic in their eyes. This is like how the Democrats feel after last night's debate.
Next page.
No, wait, we need to find an image of Potato Costco so we can show people what Biden looked like trying to leave the stage last night.
And you got everyone in horror.
This almost looks like something Junji Ito would draw.
Yeah.
It does look different in style, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's really going heavy on the inks here.
And look, like the details in the middle away from the monsters were lighter, but as they get closer to the monsters, the details come into more focus.
Yeah, it's just stark blacks all around.
And listen, here's some character development. Gus can actually hug Casca, and she's not freaking out like she was at the end of Golden Age.
He's also not undressing himself or her.
That's actually a nice shot, man.
Also, she looks very small compared to him. Like, she's always looked small, but she looks smaller than next to him now than she's.
Well, she doesn't have boots
is
on.
also in armor.
Yeah, and she's not.
And he's like 6 foot something. And Casca's only like 5. Casca is Otter's height, you know.
Also, Casca has big ass feet. I've mentioned this before, but look how big her feet are compared to the rest of her.
See, he's talking about her feet again. Did you notice, guys?
Look at them. They're fucking
Insert
huge.
King of the Hill joke here about Peggy and big feet.
Go
ahead.
I was just going to say move up a little bit because I think her derriere is much more interesting than her feet.
Not as much there as there.
See, her nice gown is giving us nice shapes there.
Nice definition.
And next page.
And next
Men of
page.
culture. Men of culture.
See, he gives you good things to look at, and then he's like, "Okay,
He's like,
have a-
and back to this.
And back to the
shot."
hellish pandemonium.
Now
like
I'm
they're-
scared and horny.
This looks like a bad LSD trip because all the faces are melting into each other. You can't tell, like, the eyes belong with which mouth. And you got other faces coming out of the mouths, and it's insane. It's wild.
Look, you even got a tit right there. It's not melted yet.
I don't even see it.
I don't see it.
Oh,
either.
here.
Right there.
There's a tit.
There's a tit. And next image.
That.
Look at
holy
that.
Crap, dude.
See, I'm telling you, Frederick.
See, this is not conveying any piece of the story. This is all world building. This is like, look around you how horrific things are.
I think
There's no action happening in this panel. It's a purely
this is him like jerking off his talent.
Yes.
yeah.
The thing is, his art is so fucking good. Nobody cares.
No, this sounds like a criticism. It's not. This is like typically Japanese. Like, Japanese are known to have these moments in time in their art where they just breathe, where nothing happens, and you just look around for a while and get a feel for where you are.
I kind of wish Western comics had more of that. That always felt like something that was missing in a lot of Western comics. It's like a lot of good ones
Well,
will
they don't
give
take
time,
time
to breathe.
They don't take time to breathe and breathe in a scene almost at all.
That's true.
Next page.
Getting a lot more chaos going on. And then rebirth.
Stop skipping it. Go back. That's the last little bit. Getting gobbled up. The only ones that were not getting immediately gobbled up was the ones praying next to Father Maz's burning corpse.
Because of the fire.
Yep, and look, the baby's turning into a normal-looking baby.
Oh.
Yeah, I wondered about that shit.
Plot twist.
Well, what do you think Griffith came back as? Because later on, you see the baby start growing into a full human body with
Oh
blonde hair.
no. Are you saying Griffith is coming back as Casca and Guts' child?
He's using their baby's body as his own. So
Holy shit snacks.
yeah, I thought that was a little bit obvious that that's what.
Don't you love how Berserk is, when you boil it down, it's basically one really twisted love triangle. Like Guts, Casca, and Griffith, they're all inextricably bound, both figuratively and now literally.
It's like one of those bad freaking BuzzFeed lists. It's like best love triangles in all of fiction: Twilight and Berserk.
Billy Bob, I bet it is obvious. It's just I was speed reading at this point, so
I was too. Yeah.
Well, like later on, you'll see it when Griffith's about to show up. You start seeing the baby morph into like an actual full adult body, and the hair starts coming out in this Griffith's hair.
So how will that affect Griffith? Will it, or is it just inconvenient?
You'll find out in the next deluxe volume.
You fuck.
Stay tuned.
And for the rest of the series, we'll start finding stuff out.
Next week on Dragon Ball Z.
I
And
love this
next
thing.
image.
Oh yeah, they're all fleeing into the tower. Azan,
Sure,
he
they
gets
will be
betrayed
safe in
because they
here.
fucking closed the gate on him while he's trying to defend the people. Get in there.
Poor Azan. Azan is, I would call Azan like one of the few legitimately good people in
He's
Berserk.
he's a hero, and they just F him up, dude.
This feels kind of Games of Thronesy at this
Yeah,
point.
for sure it does.
What do you mean?
The betrayal, the
Yeah, the kind of plot.
it's showing the just the
cruelty of
like the fear
people.
taking over and
Yeah.
just doing leaving people to
Cruelty
die.
Cruelty born of panic.
Yeah.
But he does
Anyways.
survive, so it's all good.
This soundtrack is going hard with this scene too.
Oh,
And speaking of
Nina-
survive,
That
yeah,
fucking bitch.
Nina. This was funny.
I wish you
'cause
put her in a
Nina,
water barrel and close the lid.
Her
Well, hold
hair
on,
is
Nina-
perfect.
you find out she survived, but her ankle's fucked up. She immediately starts hearing people running and then falls to the ground, and they're about to run her over, and Lucas saves her. And then Lucas like, all right, we got to find somewhere for you to hide. Puts her in a barrel. Tells her, show me the best coward you are.
Yeah, you want to be a coward, be the best coward you can be.
Yeah, show me your fear.
Be as cowardly as you can. And
it'll
kind
be
of
fine.
works. It works for
Yep.
her.
And I love Guts
love
is
Puck
basically
as a
getting
fucking
prepared.
dandelion.
He's like, yeah, we're gonna be doing this until morning, so start burning shit.
So have fun, Nina.
And this is
Have fun.
all this dialogue is from Farnese's perspective, in which she's basically realizing her faith wasn't real to her, and that she Guts actually is calm and knows what he's doing. Yeah.
Well, it's more where she realizes that she was actually it's like even her faith was kind of hollow. It's kind of one thing she realizes. She was actually hiding behind it.
Right.
What I will say, one frustrating thing about Berserk is that in a lot of series, even if the writer is not a Christian or someone who is pretty anti-religion, a good writer will often have a character to represent the good and the bad aspects of organized religion. And Berserk does not have any good aspects of organized
So
religion.
Christian, I'll say this. Like I said, at the end of this deluxe volume, he kind of pushes back against the themes he was going for, and in later ones, you don't really have the theme anymore.
It's really only here where it's like pretty heavy-handed with it. It was to the point where it was irking me a little bit reading through this because it felt a little cherry-picked, kind of like cherry-picked arguments. Take like the most extreme side and point at them and say, "Ha ha, look at how faulty your religion is." But I don't know. In later arcs, especially, like this is the only instance where it just felt like it was very abrasive. The other
Yeah.
story arcs do a much better job with it.
Well, it's like even someone like Jim Butcher. Like Jim Butcher wrote Dresden Files. Dresden Files have Greek gods and all the like demons, angels, aliens, and all sorts of nonsense. And still, one of his coolest characters is the Christian knight with the light of God, who most of the monsters are fucking afraid of. One of the coolest characters in the entire fucking series, and it's not cheesy. It's just it's cool. I'm like, and he's
Well,
not,
it
he
kind
doesn't-
of
he
shows
doesn't
you
believe
the-
that way at all. So it's kind of, I like seeing that people can write a character like that, even if that's not what they,
Well, it kind of shows you the importance of paragons and whenever they're written well, how cool they can actually be.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, and then we get
Okay.
this incredible page.
Oh,
It's like
man.
he changes
By the way-
styles every 2 pages, and it still
So-
works.
That the top one looks like the Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters.
Looks like
100%,
E.T..
yeah, he does.
It does.
The State Puff Marshmallow Man. That's what it looks like.
The Stay Puff Marshmallow Man. It's the only thing I can think of.
Guts is crossing the
Who's
stream
your destroyer?
at this point.
Oh, dude.
Guts
it's
just wants to use his. Oh,
the
wait,
light, the way he portrays light is out of this world.
Also,
at this
why
point.
is Guts still jerking off? Like, we know you swing a big sword. Why did you have to grab a tree to light them on fire?
Well, because he likes big swords, so he's gonna have a big hard wood stick, poking into that.
Open your mouth, cat. Feel the flames.
Yeah, where did he get the fucking beam?
Yeah, they all have just like normal branches or torches or like parts of like railing or something. And
I
he's
didn't
like,
notice
"I
that,
have
by the
beam."
way. I read this. I read Conviction a couple months ago, and done my reread. I never noticed they had the fucking like a beam floating.
it's like freaking 15 or 16 feet long at least.
Next page.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's where she's remembering Rape Horse Day, the night.
Rape horse.
I actually really like the blood effects here. I think that's blood, or is that just ooze?
That's blood. He blows up the one, and the blob like is going after the Farnese. He hits it.
Also, he's holding that damn post one-handed, still using his sword. And Farnese is just like, oh my god, what's happening?
Now, see, like I said, this makes sense for Guts to be the way he is. He's basically telling her, like, stop, like, actually start doing shit. Like, don't break down and start praying. It's not going to help us in this situation.
Right. I mean, we kind of touched on it before.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy-handed.
I feel like it's flimsy themes, but at the same time, it's really good character work. So it's like, especially with Farnese, because her natural instinct, like when push comes to shove, is to actually just cower.
Right. Next page.
Oh,
yeah, she's just getting thrown in the fucking barrel.
Oh, Nina.
Nina.
You know, Nina may not.
Spin me right round, baby, right round.
She may survive, but come on, at the very least, she's having a fun time.
Honestly, Mira might have a foot fetish.
She's protected by her perm. Her perm is preventing excessive brain damage within the barrel.
Not that there's much brain to damage anyway, but yeah.
Oh, I love this shot as well. All the people getting killed in the... Like, you feel sorry for this dude who trips, and he's like, oh, wait. It's gobbled up.
Oh, man.
Next
I
page.
also love how it feels like a flood, just kind of like going up, you know? Look at that.
God, look at this.
Open wide.
Look at that one guy. Look at the guy on the right. He doesn't look horrified. He's just like, oh, well, at least I'm not going to get a exhilarating wind in my face before I die.
Dude, this is so spooky. Like, this is like reality seems to be melting in front of you kind of art.
Well, yeah, the bricks are coming apart. The entire structure is no longer viable.
And suffice it to say, this isn't as crazy as Berserk will get with its finales.
Yeah, it gets even more insane. And this is the point where we're just starting to get more and more two-page spreads, and each one is just out of this world.
Yeah.
Like, okay, here's a really good example of having a lot of panels in your spread, but having it work really well, because all of it is flowing and it's centering around.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Casca and Guts are now actually starting to feel like a God Hand member coming.
Yeah? You want to
Giggity.
phrase that? Can you phrase that differently for Casca's sake?
Well, I mean, it did happen to her in
she knows what it
in the
feels like.
eclipse. She knows what it feels like.
He didn't blow her back out. He blew her brain out.
But no, this is really good. And it's Puck seeing it, by the way, with his he's able to get flashes of what's going on. He's just seeing horrors of the thing killing everyone, dissolving them. This dude has an eye somehow in his skull left.
All right, next page.
Yep, and all the blood.
Dude, I love that freaking shot.
So good.
Oh, and the blood starts.
Yeah.
It starts spitting out blood after this. All the
Yeah.
faces.
And we get the egg. He's finally having a happy ending.
Yep, just like a behelit, fully transforming the face.
Only instead of crying, instead of having a look of despair on his face, he's actually happy.
Next page.
They look like the little the forest spirits from Miyazaki movies, except it's just really fucked up.
Pretty much. Mira was just watching a lot of Miyazaki movies and going, all right, how can we make this as fucked up as we can?
Yes. Next page. And they're all, oh yeah, they're all screaming out for one thing: God.
God.
Because in between that is the egg, and it's like a little tiny ball of light now. Next page.
All right.
I like how.
But I
now
absolutely
it is going
love
page.
this.
Oh, it you can't even really. The computer does not do it justice. It's freaking insane.
Some of this is just limited by it not having kind of like being physically in front of you, because having it being laid out in pages really does enhance all of it for you.
Yeah.
Holy crap, Herman's still around. We've been here for a while, boys.
Yes, we're about done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The baby transforming the body, and it's clearly Griffith's hair.
Yeah, it's nothing suspicious at all with that.
Yep, and the egg cracking.
Bye, Humpty Dumpty.
Dumpty. See, yeah, same brain cell, dude.
So, anyways, the spirits decide to throw up on everything and crumble the
As you
entire
do.
tower.
All the bricks,
Oh, look at that.
all the people.
It's fucking insane. And next image. This is, I think I pointed this one out just where Guts is shouting Griffith one more time.
Hold on.
Just
Yeah,
for
because
old time's sake.
he knows he's arriving. Or thinks
Yes.
he's arriving.
Also, I love this.
Look at this one. Look at this one, Frederick.
I can't stop but looking at it. I can't look away.
It's so much
God,
to
it's
look
so
at.
fucking
It's
good.
so much to look at.
Yeah.
What was he doing, dude?
It's on the border of abstract art. Like, it really gives you this visceral feeling of disorientation. At the same time, like, what's up and what's down and what's real and what's not. It's a real sense of
And somehow there are
disorientation.
just a couple of like intact people in this mix as well.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing I've always loved about fantasy, is whenever fantasy just wants to fuck with your mind. When it's done well, I love it. It's some of my all-time favorite fantasy.
Oh yeah, no, like even novels can kind of do this. Like they'll get you into this almost like trance of like what's going on, kind of like the Gunslinger from the Dark Tower does that a little bit.
Yeah, it does.
Some of the Moorcock books definitely do that.
Yep.
It's a perfect double page spread for all the spirit blood falling to the ground, knocking the entire tower down, and everyone else caught between.
Yeah, you
It's
see a couple of bricks up there as well. Like, it's not too obvious, but
Well, hold up. In
They're-
the center,
they're
you
there.
see the bricks and people. In the
Yeah.
left side, you see bricks. Right side, you see bricks.
Yeah.
I mean, you
When
see
the
it.
sky falls at the holy ground where blind sheep gather and erect a pillar of fire, it will come.
Next page.
boom! This is like Akira level clouds
Devastation.
of smoke.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have the first big version of Akira at home. I need to start reading it. I've never seen the
Nice.
movie and I've never read it, so
Oh, nice.
which is like it's weird. Even people who aren't anime fans or manga fans have read or watched it. I've never seen any part.
Yeah,
of it.
because at one point it was the thing that kind of opened the door for anime in the West.
Yeah.
Akira came, like the movie was so high quality. It was beautiful. It was such a wild story at the same time. And the quality was so amazing that people started asking for more Japanese animation.
All right,
And then they
next
gave
page.
us Berserk 2016 now.
Look at this.
Yeah, look at the sun up there on the horizon.
Like, it's been, like, the transformation from, like, night into day is kind of insane. It almost feels like, this almost feels like a little bit of a time skip here. Like, somehow the sun just happened to come up at this moment.
You'll
Well,
find
I mean,
that
it kind
this is actually the start of an entirely different, like, stylistic change with Berserk's art. Like, from here on out, the art gets a lot brighter.
Wow.
Yeah,
Next page.
yeah. Like that.
It's almost like an establishing shot for how the world of Berserk changes from here on out.
Does he pull a Gandalf and come back as the White Swordsman?
No. It's just
this time he has a good family.
Yes.
It's just the whole tone of the story after this point is it's still Berserk, but it's definitely more about side characters, their stories interacting with each other and growing with each other. With some horrific shit.
You know what I like about these kind of scenes in Berserk? It feels like, you know, like when people find, like, archaeologists in our world find an old civilization and they're like, what the hell happened? This kind of feels like a fantasy interpretation of maybe this is how that happened.
Also, I love the shot of Guts giving her the cloak.
Yeah. It's tender.
It's incredibly wholesome.
And she looks so safe next to him.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take
she's
that.
not freaking out. She is seeing him as a protector now.
I'm going to take that quote out of context, Otter. Otter says Berserk is incredibly wholesome.
I didn't say Berserk is incredibly wholesome. I just said this is incredibly wholesome.
Yes.
This shot right here.
Like he said, Berserk is incredibly wholesome. That's what Otter said. We all heard
clearly.
it.
Next page. Oh yeah, the Kushan show up.
Yeah.
Yeah. That feels so random at the end of this.
It was refreshing.
It really does.
Yeah. I mean,
it will feel random, but you actually follow up a little bit more on this. And specifically, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, the leader of the Kushans is the world's strongest apostle.
Oh.
Yeah, you mentioned that before.
I love that shot, dude.
I do too. I love the composition here. I love the angle where you have kind of like the flanks going back into the actual horizon.
I love the kind of back and forth aspect too, because like it starts off, upper page is the Kushan, shows all of our guys responding. Guts steps in front of Casca, she acknowledges it. Then you see the foot of the leader of the Kushan. It just, again, flowing through the page. It's perfect.
So, yeah, this is the Baki Raka clan that we had all the way back in Golden Age with the original Assassins, dude.
They were also in this arc as well. They showed up at the beginning of Isidro's introduction.
Yeah.
One thing I absolutely love about them is I don't know. I love the fact that they have no pupils or anything. It just leaves them mysterious. Like you don't know what their true intentions are, other than it's something vaguely not good.
Look at the panel composition on this page. You got the upper half that is a double page spread kind of image, and then you fall back into your normal 2-page like paneling at the bottom.
It's like the eye is doing this. It's going here, it's going down, and over here, and then diagonally up, and then down.
And again, like I said, the back and forth, the way your eye goes over the page, even when like we're all probably used to going in reverse now for manga, but it's so easy. Even without that knowledge, I think I could still follow this.
Yeah.
The it's very easy to read. There's no issues on that front for sure.
Well, it also shows you how the panel layout here is deceptively simple. Like there's several panels, but you can easily follow what's going on. There's a clear sequence of events.
What I do find confusing sometimes is the dialogue balloons. They don't have pointers as obvious as we have here in the West.
That is true.
sometimes you're like, okay, this could actually belong to one or the other and still make sense. So there's a bit of confusion.
So, some later manga get a little bit better about that. Like I mentioned Haiku earlier. It is better about knowing who's talking.
Berserk is still one of the better examples of where you don't see it quite as much in Berserk. I've seen it in other manga where it's just it's a lot more confusing. Like where I've read some of Ghost in the Shell, it's honestly tough to figure out who's talking a lot of the time.
Next page.
We're going page by page with this motherfucker.
Clicker.
Pretty much.
Oh man, look at those eyes.
Ironic that they're called the Baki Raka because they look like freaking Baki characters. Have any of you read or seen Baki?
No.
It is the most ridiculous fucking show I've ever seen.
I've heard it's like one of the most ridiculous anime out there.
It honestly takes a show like JoJo's and makes it seem normal.
I know that I've heard that consistently, and JoJo's is batshit insane.
Yeah, just
imagine
like if a bunch of conspiracy theorists came together and then they watch a bunch of Arnold Schwarzenegger movies and superhero films, and then they're like, what if we made regular people like that? It's like,
are you talking about Baki because that also applies to JoJo's?
I'm talking about Baki in this case. It's like, but I've created this technique where I can create a vacuum in between my hand and an object, and so he's able to break through like triple thick bulletproof glass, and like that, and that's not even an advanced power for the main character's dad punches the ground because there was an earthquake and it stops the earthquake.
All right,
batshit insane.
Oh my lord! All right, next page.
Next page.
He's the
Zahn survived.
That motherfucker.
I love how his backstory. He survived was he just got laid under rubble, and his I think mace thing.
Hey, at least he got laid, man.
Also, the first thing that he says, he sees them, heathens.
Yes.
I love Zahn.
You could tell he loves his job. Or he's dedicated to it. Like he's
dedicated. He's really dedicated to his job.
He's not
to
an
insane degree. He's like the assassin in Rick and Morty. Oh, here I go killing again.
There we go again.
And then Zod
yeah. Zod.
What an entrance, man. Can you imagine
that horn is a little jank.
That is a you can't do a better entrance than this, man. This is phenomenal.
No, it's great.
His horns have always been like that, by the way.
Yeah, no, but no, it's not. Something proportionally is a little bit off there, but I'll let it go.
This guy's back is broken.
Oh yeah, no, he dead. Yeah.
I don't think his back is broken. I think he's just dead, Otter. I think he's fucking.
Yeah. Well, I said he's dead first, but also his back is broken.
Also, there's a scene revolving him in the end of this particular volume that is really disturbing to me.
Next page, when we get to it.
Almost there.
I love that fog coming out of his
I do
mouth.
too. Such a cool effect.
What? They're all freaking out. He's like, Zod?
Zod?
He looks over. Guts?
Well, I mean, like Kushan showed up, Zod showed up, a bunch of shit's went on down.
Yeah,
This is
like it might be an
here
important event or something.
Oh,
Are we fixing to get to the
Really
your
like,
favorite character, Otter?
Really
Skull
love
Knight.
the shadows on that image. Went a bit fast.
Skull Knight-
Skull Knight just
Skullnut is just pointing. He's like, look over there, bitch.
I would call it him. I would say he is disappointing in this case. Anyway,
He's like, look, you retard, don't you feel your neck exploding?
I absolutely love this page. Like,
yeah, that expression is freaking out of this world in regards
like
to quality.
I'll phrase it like this. Whenever I've shown family, whenever I've talked about Berserk to family or friends, I'll say, okay, the art for Berserk is out of this world. This is one of the first pages I'll show them. Just because of how well he draws the face here.
Does your sister
Also,
call
he
you a
has the
pervert for
reflection
reading
of
Berserk?
he has the reflection of the Griffith in the ball of light thing.
I don't
In
see
his eye.
Griffith. I see the light. I don't see. Maybe
Yeah,
because
that's what Griffith is in.
That's true. That's true.
He's turning around seeing that.
I love that they make him look
Yeah.
angelic. Those pieces of shit.
Yeah, it's like feathers slowly transitioning to hair.
And then Griffith comes in more fabulous than ever.
Mr.
That's a
Rady
chick.
Boy is back.
Oh my god, he has no penis. All right, time to play the clip.
All right, time to play the clip.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
He has no penis, Your Honor.
And everybody's
I
mesmerized,
love that the
saying, "Hey,
the
this man
Kushan
has no
leader-
dick."
The Kushan leader is split on the page as well.
Yes.
And here comes the part I really don't like.
What?
Frickin' Zod walking up and being a meek little bitch. I hate
Hold
it.
up. No. His whole thing is getting. Well, there's two different things. First of all, Griffith actually beat him in combat. So he is going to be subservient.
I
Also-
understand. I can still hate it.
Also, the God Hand members are the masters of the apostles. Their
I
whole
know,
free
but
will
Zod
bullshit.
deserves better. I like Zod.
Look, he still has no
Look,
penis.
look at this meek. I hate it, dude. I hate that this little Rady boy is gonna ride him like a freaking pony, and he's gonna take it. I hate it.
Well, you're gonna hate the next deluxe volume.
Damn it, dude. Look how sad he looks. Look how disappointed in himself he is.
He's like,
I
"Do
hate
I really have to
violence.
carry this Rady Boy around?"
No, it's not even
Yes.
like questioning. Like, there's no question. He is gonna do it, and he's upset about it, and I hate it.
Poor
Fuck
Zod,
that.
he deserved better.
Fuck that bitch.
Look,
Yeah, he
Your
pets him
Honor,
like a
I
like a
make my
fucking
case
dog.
again.
I have no, dick.
This
penis.
man has no. Also, what,
And by the way,
like-
this is when Mira is drawing penises on everything.
Yeah,
Yes.
that is the weird thing. I've never thought I'd have it. There would be a mirror drawing where the lack of a penis was disturbing, but yeah.
Yep,
Next
and there's
page.
design- Oh, I love this page.
I do too.
Oh, it's great. Like he's.
And this is
blurring
heartbreaking
and-
because Casca's actually still like holding out her hand in later scenes to Griffith. While Guts is holding her back.
Well, it's also here. This will not have any long-lasting implications for Guts whatsoever. It's not like this is a complete shifting point at all.
Yes.
Also, what is the implication of the Griffith stealing the body of their child?
I cannot talk about it in any way to you.
That means it's actually freaking important. Dang it.
Damn, I almost NDA'd myself.
Well, Christian, I'd love to discuss it, but I'd have to like spoil a shit ton of stuff, so leave it here.
Wait,
Oh,
wait, wait.
I love how Salat is like, yeah, man, capture that man, and they're like, boss.
Are
And
you
they're like,
sure?
What about the giant fucking monster?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure
that
about
too.
that one, Chief.
Yeah, this is so good, by the way.
Look at the head of that guy on the left. He is shook. He couldn't believe it.
Look at the guy who got ripped in half. His organs couldn't believe it. His lower half body's like, what the fuck is going on? Suddenly,
Also, Zod usually
lighter
looks more
from
like
above.
a lion. Here, he looks like a bat and a tiger mixed evenly.
Yes.
That's cool.
I love how
Next page.
anytime Zod's on screen, Mura is just going ham with like just giving every bit of detail he can with like the fur and everything.
Yeah, Zon and them are escaping while this distraction is going on, except Guts and Casca.
We get that real Rady boy look.
By the way, in the next deluxe volume,
Material
when you see
girl.
Griffith again, I've showed it to you, I think, Christian, what he
Yeah,
looks
you
like
did.
later on, where it's
What
even
the
more.
hell? It's war.
No, I'm not going to tell anyone. You know what people will say if they found out I tried to fuck a ready boy and it turned out to be a ready girl?
And then they spot the main Kushan army approaching. Oh, Salat was also wanting them to capture Griffith before the main army showed up, so they can no longer be get their lands back. If they were exiled from the Kushan.
Oh, first that shot tricked me. I thought Nina was still nude for a minute. I'm like, how is she still naked?
We don't want to see Nina nude anymore. Okay, it's diseased. All right, go to the next page. They're giant armies. By the way, still not the most extreme version you'll see of pikes and spears in the scene now. Do later on.
Look, Mr. Frodo.
It's really not.
It's an elephant.
Look,
It's
Mr.
a
Frodo,
warhound.
Oliphants.
Still only
Look at
counts
the
as one.
chainmail.
Yes.
The chainmail's done really good.
Look how intricate the helmets are. Hey, we're just jerking off Berserk on stream again.
Again.
Next page. And the Rady boy is riding the big O Zod.
Bye, Rady boy.
I hate it. He's riding side
Look.
saddle.
He's even farting on Zod right now, Christian.
He's wiping his ass. Yeah, dude. I hate it.
They're like, who is that? Something not human.
Bernice is like, what is his routine?
Oh my lord.
And then we see Guts fucking flying out of there, cutting people, Kushans in half.
Just
like,
another day
"And
for
we're
Guts.
out."
He's
Did
fine.
he cut that fucking horse's head off again? I
Did he?
swear Guts has like a personal vendetta to horses.
He hates horses.
Did he?
I don't know. It's tough to tell.
No, I don't think he hates horses, but I don't think he particularly cares for them. He has a special love for horses.
Look at the tongue on this one.
I know, dude. I'm looking at it. I can't stop looking at it.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Oh, and this has very important dialogue for the next arc. Yeah, I'm sure he has what it takes to protect Elaine, but it's one thing to protect somebody, and it's one thing to actually take care of them.
Yeah, there will be there's no foreshadowing there whatsoever.
Oh boy.
And then this is when you get the, where Jerome is saying it's ironic that the people who fled didn't die. And he doesn't want to pray and all this other shit. And Luca actually does push back on this. There you go, you can see all it. And then Farnese is basically like, yeah, I need to go find Guts.
I have someone I really need to talk to him about.
And she's just taking off her armor during this.
Yeah, I've got it. She has an edge to feel, you know?
Listen, Christian, you will find out why we really like Farnese. I know right now she's like a crazy bitch.
She's not a Nina.
She's not a Nina. She'll be far from a Nina here in the next volume or two.
I know she will.
She has one of the best character growth.
Well, I think this is a turning point for her in this book as well, because she decides to break away from the Holy See and follow Guts for some reason.
Again,
There's a reason why so many people simp over Farnese.
I also dislike the idea that it's like, oh, to become a good person, I have to let go of my faith. It's such a dumb fucking idea. But anyway.
No. Well, she's not. That's not what it's really going for her. It's just she used the religion as a crutch for her, like fear and all the other stuff. Kind of realizing she didn't really believe in it.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
And also, she wants to bang guts. Just saying.
Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah.
obvious.
What gave you that idea?
Yeah.
And then,
And
yeah,
then
Nina
the
finds Joe.
cockroaches.
By the
I
way,
hope-
Roach him fucking survive. Of course, he's a roach.
They're both
I
roaches.
hope they are trampled to death by elephants.
I'll say this.
I hope they fall, like Joachim falls and impales himself on her walking stick.
So I will say this: they never show, even at this point in the story, at the early, latest chapters, she has never appeared again. Her or Roachim.
Let them
Good
both perish.
riddance.
I hope they perished in a painful way. Moving on.
Moving on.
There might be, but anyways, she doesn't want to. She leaves Luca and them and go with Roachim because he's a pathetic fucking weakling like her. So she won't hate him, and hopefully they'll grow together.
Oh yeah, she's not going to survive very long, Joachim.
Even Luca is just commenting she's just a troublesome girl. That's one way of. That's the understatement of the year, Luca.
That is a weird
Also,
expression on
the
Luca's face
the
while she
three
says
other
it, though.
Yeah, the three other prostitutes are trying to tell Jerome if they can meet any of his friends that are really rich, richer than him.
That's funny.
And our final page.
Wow, what a
That day, starting with the fissure opening on the frontier, the shape of the world began to crumble.
And Skull Knight
And that is all
with his draft horse.
it's fucking poetry, man. It's just beautiful.
Good.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
It
And
rhymes.
that is all of Conviction.
Oh, is that the end of the conviction art?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
it.
the end of Conviction.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
And they all lived happily ever after, the end.
Well, that's good to know. See, I knew this had a good ending.
And then,
Well,
I mean,
anyways, that is the end of Volume 21 and the end of Deluxe Volume 7. So, before we wrap up this stream, what are everybody's final thoughts?
Griffith!
That's a good way of summing it up.
well, Conviction is my favorite arc. I love Lost Children and stuff. The art is peak right now.
Yes.
You know, I don't think I like some things that happen in Conviction, but there's no shot it's my favorite arc. That's
That's fair. It's not really my favorite either. For me, it's probably the next arc. I'm not gonna lie. It's either that or Golden Age. One of the two.
Like I liked the reforging of his weapons. I liked him having a moment of rest and a reaffirmation of who he's actually meant to be. I really liked that. That might be one of my favorite portions of Berserk total. But that's just a very small part of what this arc is about. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I think it's less exciting than the Eclipse, but
I agree.
I mean, it's not less important. I think you guys said it best when you're saying like it's going to lead to something further down the line. And I hadn't noticed the mirror parallels with the Eclipse. That's very interesting to
Right, because it's
revisit.
the
that.
mock eclipse.
Yeah.
And that's why Guts was really.
also, yeah.
But I mean, to say that it's lesser than it's hardly, because it's still incredibly astounding. Like it's still better than 99% of what you see out there. And the art is better in this one than the Eclipse.
For sure it's better. Outside of
So-
like some of the Mortal Kombat superhero like posing kind of stuff, it was way better overall.
I'm honestly wondering what you guys are going to think of this next arc. And because it's the longest arc out of the series, it's probably
it is.
my favorite arc too. And there
It
is a good
one
reason
deluxe
for it.
Yeah, it is one deluxe volume longer than Golden Age, so it's about 3 volumes longer.
Holy crap!
Wow.
It's long. It goes from Deluxe Volume 8 to Deluxe Volume 12 in like the first volume 12.
So the reason why I love this next arc so much, the entire tone changes. You still have a lot of dark stuff, but it is very hopeful by comparison.
I already have the thumbnail made for Deluxe Volume 8.
Stay tuned next time on What are we called?
Dragon Ball Z.
Berserk.
Wait. Where's
Look,
the?
that thumbnail has no foreshadowing in it at all.
Why is there an axe like embedded in Zod's crotch?
Well, that's in the heel.
Oh.
Yeah, where's there swords in the heel?
Oh man, fucking
No
Griffith.
foreshadowing at all.
Hold on. Next.
Entering the next arc of Berserk, the Potato Girl arc.
Well, the thing with Millennium Falcon,
That
our next
fucking
arc
name.
we're starting. Well, technically, it's Falcon of the Millennium Empire, but
It's
everyone
still
calls it
Millennium
Millennium Falcon.
It is a massive arc too. There's a lot that goes on.
Yes, and like I said, the side character stuff you're seeing, that's what Millennium Falcon is mostly about. You're going to see a lot of Isidro, Farnese, Serpico,
It makes
and
sense.
one other new character.
You're also going to see more of the magical side of Berserk's world.
Is Lost Children different? Is that considered a different arc than Conviction?
Nope, it's still actually it's in Conviction. Most people consider it its own mini arc, but it is Conviction.
It does seem
it's
like
the
its own.
start
It
of
feels,
Conviction.
it feels different. It feels like its own arc.
Yeah, it feels like it. I always kind of had it separate in my head, but technically it is part of Conviction. It's more like the opening chapters to Conviction.
Well, Lost Children has its own beginning, middle, and end. However, it has a lot of plot points and stuff with Farnese and the Holy See and stuff. That's
So,
for
do you
your
guys
main
prefer
Conviction.
Deluxe Volume 7 or Deluxe Volume 6? If you had to pick between the two, like as to a favorite. That's hard.
Personally, I'd probably prefer 7 just based on the artwork.
The artwork is insane. Yeah, the imagery. I like
Also-
the imagery of the hand is kind of like an addition to the eclipse, and it's different. So I do really like that. as well.
Also, number 7 doesn't have a satanic orgy with one of the characters I hate the most.
That's true.
I don't know. I have it's hard to
I
choose
mean, it's not what I
between
meant
them.
when I say fuck Nina. I don't mean that per se.
Yeah, you mean Griffith. The one you really want
I mean, about like Billy Bob's all hot and sweaty over Griffith, but Otter's like, give me some of that Zod.
Wait, you were the one upset and jealous that Griffith was sitting on Zod. You know, you're
not
your type of man.
Jealous? Fucking excuse me? No. I felt bad.
You're
for
like,
Zod.
oh, that dirty Reddy boy is sitting on my man. That's what you were doing.
I wish I was there instead.
No one should be sitting on Zod except for me. It should have been me.
But Deluxe Volume 6 has a lot of stuff. Plus, it has the conclusion to Lost Children, which I really like.
If I had to separate Conviction and Lost Children into two different arcs, honestly, like the religious angle was kind of it put a bit more of a bad taste in my mouth, even more so than just the subject matter, like in general.
It's like I agree with Billy Bob, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's my least favorite part of Conviction arc, just because it feels very heavy-handed compared to the rest of Berserk.
Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree with that. That's the thing. Like Guts, it doesn't bother me, but like I see that the theme's there and he's pushing it. It's just when it gets to the end of the arc with like Luca and stuff, where he kind of like slaps that idea down that he was like trying to put.
Yeah.
But
Like,
basically,
no-
Luca's
yeah.
saying no. It's just if people aren't like the people who survived are just the ones that didn't like fall into fear and shit. That's it.
Well, it's very much like the kind of Greek like there's a lot of aspects of the Greek tragedy in Berserk. It's like a lot of the people who deserve justice and who are upright and good get punished and or killed, and the people who deserve damnation get away with it a lot of the time. Not all the time, but they're like that. That happens often enough in Berserk that there is definite influence there.
I also feel
Well, in
like
this
some
story-
of the even some of like the whole philosophy on like life and outlook and religion, you can kind of see how it flips after this event, because it's like before it's very cynical, very hopeless. It's like those who survive are just like they're being driven on by pure hatred. Afterwards, it's like it's a lot softer. Like
I think if I didn't know that going forward, it would be if I believed it was going to be cynical all the way through, I would have dropped off probably towards the beginning of Conviction. Truth be told,
there is a reason why people still stick with Berserk. It is because of this, like this whole like world being reborn. That's kind of like that's what the story focuses on from here on out.
Like we're going from grim dark to grim hope in the next arc. That doesn't mean that there's not going to be fucked up shit. It's just
gay.
Guts actually now has something to really fight and protect, and like his kind of battling that he wants to go after Griffith, but he can't go after Griffith and protect Costa.
Yeah, no, I really like that last scene of him initially running towards Griffith and then him stopping. Yep. I really liked that. That was clean. That was good.
That's a lot of his conflict going forward is to.
Do I protect Potato Girl, or do I attack Bad Man?
And I don't want to say anything.
Don't say anything.
Oh look, Griffith. Oh, wait, Potato.
There's a goal that's going to give you hope eventually.
Well, it's like I'm kind of upset too because like Griffith stole the body of their child, and their child has been like protecting them multiple times, and it's like I don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah, don't. It's fine.
Yeah, it'll never come back up again.
Yeah, just be a throwaway.
Otter, this is the first time I've seen the cover for the thumbnail for this video. I was just scrolling on Discord. You son of a bitch. The goat and the snake. I don't, dude.
I was trolling so hard with that thumbnail.
All right. We got any closing remarks before wrapping this up?
We need justice for Zod. We're gonna start a hashtag. No,
justice for Zod. Justice for Jill.
I'm real. Yeah, justice for Zod. Fuck Nina. I really enjoyed the conclusion of this arc. The imagery and the art, especially towards the end, was insane. I'm happy maybe the darkest arc of Berserk is over.
Yeah, we're fixing.
Even though I enjoyed it.
So, at least to date, this is the darkest arc in Berserk.
Yeah, so heading into Deluxe Volume 8, this is in Millennium Falcon. This is where we're going to have pretty much the final change in art style.
Wonder
After
what, exactly.
that is that. What do you mean? What?
Oh, I wonder how the art style changes.
You know the little papers you've been getting, like with each Deluxe Volume has Guts on it.
Yeah.
You see how he looks?
I don't have it now, but I did. Yeah.
That's what you'll start seeing character and him look like for the rest of the series. They'll be towards the end of Fantasia. The last one Mira was on is when it'll eventually switch to digital.
Oh yeah. And that's gonna be a weird change because I understand the advantage of digital, but there's something special about the hand drawn.
Yeah, but it was just funny that the whole reason his assistants finally got him to switch to digital was so he'd have less, easier work.
Yeah.
Yet it didn't work like that because he realized he can put in a shit ton more detail.
Even more detail.
And he put in detail at such a small amount that the printer couldn't pick up some of it.
He was going pixel by pixel.
Yeah.
Like they gave a perfectionist that. It's like, oh no, bad. You spend literally almost, over half a decade on a boat.
Yes.
Wow.
Like it took for Guts and crew to get off of a boat in Fantasia.
Like, it's kind of a long arc whenever you read through it, but I can only imagine how it was for the people waiting each chapter for it.
Imagine waiting for them to get off a.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the people working on it. Because they must have been working on that boat for a long time.
Well, apparently whenever Guts finally gets off the boat, it was like people on Reddit and 4chan were going ape shit. They're like, fucking finally, it's only been like 8.5 years.
It's like, no, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand why people love manga like Hunter x Hunter, but I can't imagine waiting for through the hiatuses of that. Like for Berserk, I would be waiting, and I would anticipate.
Berserk, you get rewarded with really good artwork. Hunter x Hunter,
you're going
sometimes good character work.
Yes.
In the next arc, you're also going to get the Beasts of Darkness become more of a thing.
I know, dude. I've been psyched waiting for that. Honestly,
There'll also be a certain item coming along that is, let's just say it's kind of amazing.
Yeah, you'll get the Berserker armor. In which it gets fucking crazy.
Which has inspired songs.
Yes.
Yes, many songs.
Yes.
I'm excited for those songs to have context.
It's not just that. Entire moves from like characters like Artorias and Dark Souls are straight. Those moves are straight up ripped from the chapters we're about to get into.
Yeah. It's like even looking at the I'm looking at statues of like Berserk statues from like on Amazon. Over most of them with guts are the Berserker armor.
Yep, and when we get to the Berserker armor, which is going to be on your channel, Christian.
So volume 9.
Yep. We're going to play the boss fight from Dark Souls DLC. Because it's like very, very one-to-one with Guts and his Berserker armor.
Yeah, no, I've seen people in some of the Berserk, not Berserk, but the Dark Souls and Elden Ring, like recreating scenes from as closely as they can from the manga.
Right.
Some of them are pretty damn close.
Alrighty.
Do we have anything else?
Nope.
Sorry, I was falling asleep, boys. I'm really tired. I came back. I had a second wind, but it took a minute for it to get there.
I understand the feeling.
Yeah. I mean, if you read volumes 1 to 6, you're going to adore volume 7, and you're going to love how this story develops. And the fucking art is just at its prime.
And that's coming from an artist as well, not just a fan. Like the fans, like we appreciate it, but he can appreciate it on a different level.
I think this is the one I'm going to be coming back to and looking through the most.
Well, I think getting into Millennium Falcon, you're gonna get if this art was putting you down and being like, god damn, makes you upset, you know, being like,
yeah, I'm this close to giving up comic book art because there's no reason anymore. You know,
Frederick later in life, it's like, Frederick, what inspired you to become an amazing singer? Oh, I actually was a comic book artist, and then I read Berserk and I gave up.
Yeah,
the art was just too good.
There is no parallel universe where I'm an amazing singer, Kahuna.
I had to pull something out of my butthole, and that was the best I could come up with.
Clip that. 433. No.
You are watching the most clipped Berserk review ever.
433.
There's gonna be clips of me falling asleep. Oh
my god. All right. Well, thank you everybody in the chat, ladies and gentlemen, for following us on this very long and rather comedic journey as we've gone through Deluxe Volume 7 in excruciating detail. Until again, my friends, have a great night. Farewell and God bless, my friends.
And sweet dreams.
must defeat him. Faster! Stronger!
Kaplaw.
Kapla.
Bonsoir.
Kaplaw, kaplaw, kaplaw.